No, you.
No, no, you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Frenell Seekers of the Foam. Hi, guys. I hope everyone here is doing well. God, you're all so pretty. Kevin, welcome back, my friend. I hope all things are good. So cheers to everyone out there who is joining us for tonight's Pathfinder 2nd Edition adventure. Get a quick audio check. Can you guys make some noise?
Yep.
Booga, booga.
Oh, perfect. It's all there. All right, sweet. Oh, cool. So, I definitely want to say a very quick thank you, but a hearty thank you to all of those in the stream. Fictored. Let's see who here is chatting. Oh, Apple, ROFL, Fictored. They're over here. Some of them are over here. Who else do we have here? Woodsy, you're also here. Jack, Jack OTHY. Jack Offie?
They were in my stream.
Oh,
yes.
hi.
Hi. Hello again.
Yes, hello. And hi, peeps. Arugula Pizza. I fucking love that name.
It's a beautiful name.
That really is Arugula Pizza. That's
Arugula Pizza goes by Rocket.
Goes by Rocket?
We just found out. Yeah, Rocket, which is the British name for arugula.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
So anyway, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us. And going with the 10-minute delay, we've had some tech stuff, which is all sorted out, hopefully. And we are ready to play. But before we do, any in or out of game announcements, anything special that you amazing people are doing or anything like that?
Well, I don't have.
We're gamers. We all live in a basement somewhere, and that's all that we do. So
I
hear there's some great. Oh, there you go. I hear there's some great streams going on other nights on this here channel.
Yes, in fact, there is. Monday night with Erin, we have branching out a Leshy's Tale, where a little guy called a Leshy goes out there and tries to. I mean, that's actually your voice. Can you do that?
He's just a little guy.
Yes. Going out there trying to stop the evils of the world. That is on Mondays at 8:30 p.m. and on Wednesdays, just last night. Also, that's at 8 p.m. on Mondays. And on Wednesdays, just last night, 8:30 p.m. is Kill City Sinners, a cyberpunk jaunt that's, man, last night was fucking hella fun. So if you guys are into that kind of stuff, catch those other streams as well. Also, shout out to Erin for all the social media, and for those of you like Apple and ROFL and anyone else who has been sharing the love around here, because our followership has been increasing. So thank you for that. However, I don't want it to go unpaid. Let's get your socials, everyone, and if we can shout out Appleglass. And anyone else here who has socials on Twitch or whatever else, these are worthy streams. Erin My Laundry, obviously, ErinMyLaundry, and Appleglass, APPLEGLASS. Definitely worthy streams. Apple, when you stream, what's your vibe?
I don't know. So I tend to say I do like a little bit of everything except for DVD and Fortnite. And that's kind of true. It's typically like a chill, I'm not screaming the entire time, but we will do a little bit of, we've studied Cherokee language. We photo edits. I play a lot of story-based games, Kingdom Hearts, Elden Ring. We've done everything. I drew fan art for Evandale.
Yes, you do.
Everything.
Nice.
Which, by the way, next week we've had some fan art. Chris, your friend, also did some fan art. Yeah. Holy shit! You guys head over to the Discord server, discord.gg/Evandale. You come into the fan art gallery. Apple over here, holy crap! Just fucking just amazing stuff. And Josh, who is Chris's friend, also started coming out with some stuff. And needless to say, we also have Rabbit here, and Alex and Hero Forge, and others who have also illustrated some stuff. So starting next week, during our intermission on this show, we will also have the fan art gallery here, as well as in branching out. Those are my projects in this upcoming weekend. So, yeah, guys, thank you so much for doing that, because it's God, I love seeing the talent here. Alrighty. Anything else?
Two things.
Yeah.
One, quick shout out to Gay Goth Guy, who is one of my players in my home Sunday game. Thank you for being here. I know I said that in the chat already, but thank you. And two, more of on our side of things, Steve, we can't see you on the Discord. Oh, there we go. Just fixed it.
Hi.
Read my mind.
I was in studio mode, so I had the preview, and when we switched over, you were seeing you were still seeing the countdown screen. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I just yeeted it the fuck out.
I was hoping my internet was going to be fast enough to keep the stream going the whole time to at least see the delayed version. Just going with it.
Alrighty, so we are back, and we find our seekers after a little bit of time spent in the northern country of Irunde. You guys ended up coming across some rune giants and what have you. So we're going to provide a recap because I know that there's some people here who have not seen it before. Kevin, you also need to be caught up on stuff as well. So let's get you going as well. Let us go back to session 1. This is the 3rd session, so this should be pretty quick. 4 of you. That was Alvin. That was Frenell. That was Zora, and that was Karl. You were sent by the Vanguard Society, a kind of like a collector of rare artifacts and relics, specifically those that have a kind of a magical power to them, in the hopes that you would be able to get your hands on them before the BBEGs of the world do. That ultimately is what the Vanguard Society does. It then allows anybody to come in and inspect it and conduct some research and etc. So it doesn't just lock them away. It just kind of provides a more scholarly approach to your typical, holy crap, there's something big and powerful over there. Well, these seekers are the ones who go out there for such things. So they went out to Irunde. They discovered that they had heard, or rather was responding to, a meteor that landed. Now, the theocratic empire of Irunde is like an isolated northern Arctic kingdom that just does not want to be bothered by anybody. It's rune giants and cultists, and I'll put it to you this way, very tropey. So when the PCs got up there and they scouting things out from high up on a hill, they looked down into a crater. They saw that it was like the soil was red and the snow, of course, melted around the area, but others had set up a camp there. Unbeknownst to those in the camp, the 4 PCs went down into the crater, investigated, found out that the meteor was hollow, got into a mud fight, totally separate story, and then exited. But it was upon the exit. What's wrong, Frenell? What's wrong, Frenell?
I believe I would probably need a lawyer to talk about this at
Okay.
this point. There might be more legal actions. I'm kind of new to the area. I've got to see what my legal recourse is for the actions that happened in that meteorite.
So a mud fight on top of the shell of a meteorite in a fucking crater broke out. That then attracted the attention of a couple of the guards from up top, and the crew then started exiting the crater. This was the first that those people in the area saw the PCs. So as far as they were concerned, this is a tribalistic society, a little bit on the superstitious side. They were kind of like, oh God, this meteor brought these things, kill it. So they had begun to attack. Well, thanks to Alvin down here and some Tanglefoot bags, thanks to Karl, who was drawing attention, and more, the PCs ended up getting away so that the reinforcements can come. One of those reinforcements.
You mean thanks to us being covered in mud?
Well, yes, that's absolutely, the camouflage definitely contributed to it. So everyone made it back to the camp. Rin, from the Vanguard Society, an NPC, a ranger type, escorted the 2 remaining players for the beginning of session 2 to a nearby camp still within that same country of Irunde. This way, an investigation can take place. Why did Irunde amass all of its military to protect this crater thing and whatever was in it? Why did they really, they showed force. Why did they do that? It made all the neighbors and essentially everyone in that whole region very nervous, because Irunde is not exactly a nice place. So the Seekers went there in order to get some answers. That's when they found out that the soil around the crater was of a magical variety, which didn't seem to be arcane, nor divine, nor primal, nor occult. It seemed to be of a completely new kind of magic, but it's related to arcane. It's kind of fucking weird. And also there was a small black goop, which some in chat have likened to Evandale's version of the Andromeda strain. So whatever the case is, the crew ended up interrogating, ended up just smearing whatever campers were left out to just watch this, a whole bunch of guards and other stuff like that. But they also found a necromancer, and because every campaign needs one, and the necromancer was cooperating.
Thessalia.
Until.
Do you want to tell people what happened?
Yeah, Thessalia, what happened?
Well, she died.
Natural causes.
My lawyer has advised me to not say anything further than that.
I leave you guys for one game and we need 2 lawyers already?
Yeah, dude.
We're a very litigious bunch.
That's how you know we're playing it right.
So one thing to note, however, is how Thessalia did it, because that is where we're now going to pick up.
So Thessalia ignited her, basically like the palm of her hand, like up a little bit past her wrist, with fire.
Right.
And it didn't seem to really burn her at all. Although, she doesn't have much fur on her hand, but she doesn't seem to be hurt by this. And then punched this necromancer's face in.
Punched the necromancer's face in. This is where we now pick up our action for the night, because that does in fact come into bearing. Having said that, Rin and several others, after the week of travel from Irunde back to Dreadnought, the country where the Vanguard Society is housed, the guys had gathered around. You were furnished with a bunch of congratulations and the promise of payment. The payment was offered to you. Do you wish gold or do you wish magic items?
Oh, dude, hell yeah, magic items.
Yeah, you guys are first level characters and you're heading into some pretty rough terrain. So it is explained to you by Rin. So many of the other seekers, they go out and they find things. They bring it back. Sometimes they have things that are duplicates of what they already have or otherwise have no use for them. This is what is given to our new seekers as part of our payment of services rendered. I'm going to list these items. Every single one of them has already been identified and guaranteed to be exactly what we say. There's no cursed objects here. But before I hand this out, I do want to let you know we've had to bring in a cleric of Fire. You may or may not know Fire. Fire is a deity of natural death. If you die of old age, if you die of disease even, this is pretty much how it works. In order to speak with the corpse. Now, typically, this would not be a problem, and I would like you all present for this so that you can ask questions of it, because we have a sneaking suspicion, we, the society, that you may have to go back to Irunde. But we're going to ask the corpse these things. However, the corpse also needs to be able to talk mechanically. Its jaw present. Otherwise, that does just say that we tried operating on the corpse to stitch it back together because somebody broke its skull.
Yeah, that would have been me.
So, All right, back to these things. And he takes out a satchel and puts it out on the table and slowly lifts the bottom so that all of these things come out on top of the table. You guys are in a room. It's just the 7 of you, Rin and you 6. You see immediately a crystal comes out. You see what appears to be an elixir or of sorts, a ceramic jar with a waxed stopper. You see a pendant that has a bronze bowl on it. You see also something that, Alvin, you immediately recognize as a mutagen. You see something else that looks like holy water. In fact, it has a godlike symbol on it, and it's a clear glass vial. You can also see that there is a snare here, a hampering snare. There's another elixir, and there is a sun rod, essentially an eternal burning torch. You can sort this amongst yourselves.
I would like the sun rod, please. And I eagerly reach gimme hands to the warmth that I've been so deprived of for the last week.
Oh God, what did I just do? Hold on. Let me see. Okay, good.
Keeps on the holy water.
So in Foundry, you guys over on the right hand side, click on the compendium tab, click that, and in the search bar type whatever you're taking. It will then click the equipment thing, and it'll come up. Click and drag that over to your character sheet so that you can claim it.
Oh.
No shit.
So these are some of the items. I'm going to provide you with a copy of these as well, so that you do have it. Let me put it over here.
Now that looks like a silver tongue elixir. Am I right?
Hold on.
Excuse me, a silver tongue mutagen.
Well, you're going to have to look at it itself and then find out. But here, I just pasted it into the Thursday game notes so that you guys have it. But yeah, you pick it up and you immediately identify it as a lesser silver tongue mutagen.
I pick it up and I hand it to Frenell and I go, "Here, buddy, you need this more than I do."
Oh, okay. And then Frenell, out of character, looks to Steve and says, "How do I add this in Foundry again?"
Absolutely. Look in the upper right corner. Okay, and you can see a little book there, a little tome. If you click on that, and that'll open up your compendium section, and then you can just type in whatever you want, or actually just type in the word equipment, and then you'll see a compendium come up. Click that, and a whole list of stuff will come up with its own search box. Then you can just type in whatever the hell you want, and then click and drag that item over to your character sheet, and it will automatically be placed in the proper area.
I put a screenshot in Thursday game notes.
Oh, you were so good. Thank you.
Okay.
So, with that, Rin, unceremoniously having dumped it out onto the table, continues. The person that we are bringing in, this cleric of Fair, the name is Eldris Thran, does not stand on ceremony whatsoever. I believe we found him in a well, we were pointed to him, and he was found in a tavern. So if you smell the reek of alcohol like he had last night, then well, anyway. And then there's of course a knocking at the door. One of the other seekers comes in, one of those people who had greeted you upon your initial return from Irunde, and that the person who then said, "You've been up north. You should be warmed with some good soup." Even though you had traveled for a week down into a much more temperate climate, this person then offered you their meal. This person is now coming in, and he's all smiles, looking around at everyone, greeting everyone by name, while carrying a corpse. Puts the corpse down on another table nearby. Is this good? And then puts it down. And then behind, you see somebody else coming in. Is this the crew?
Is this that guy?
Rin
What's
nods.
his name again?
Everyone, this is Aldred Stormhelm. He's a cleric of Fair. This is Karl and Alvin. Next to Alvin is Frenell, Zora over there, Thessalia, and Aldred over there, the big one.
I'm sorry, did you want a pair of gloves for that?
Everyone kind of looks at each other and... What do you mean?
You're handling a... You know what? Never mind. I have an extra pair of gloves if you would like some. They're sanitary purposes.
It's not cold in here at all, so why would he need that?
Yeah.
Incredible.
The cleric comes over. You're a very kind person. I really appreciate that. You're talking about a disease that might be coming off of the corpse. Don't worry. Purification. And you see a subtle gold glow come over their hand, and any dirt just kind of starts falling off a little bit. It's so easy. You don't even need gloves. Teach it to you again.
Got gloves at the house.
Perfect. This is exactly what we're going to need. He steps over to the body. So, here's the way that this is going to work. It's going to take me about 10 minutes or so. I'm going to be, there's some religious mumbo jumbo and stuff like that that's going to happen. But you know, just be advised that I can't be when
Drunk? You can't be drunk.
No, that's I celebrate life. That's fine. No, I interrupted. I can't be interrupted because the entire thing is just gonna go all over the place, and then the whole body just kind of like falls apart. I mean, I'm kind of lying about that part, but anyway. So what I'm saying is that it's going to come to life. Including its, I mean, they got to stitch up the face. Wait a second, which one's Thessalia? Ren points at the catfolk in the corner. Oh, you did a number on that one. So, they stitch it back together, and hopefully the mouth is going to work. So I hope you may want some questions. Well, you guys are working on that. Keep in mind, what are they needed for? We're going to investigate the Urunde and anything that this soul needs has for it. Oh, you need information. Exactly what I told you 5 minutes ago. Yes. Right. So you're gonna do that then. All right. I'm gonna get started. Where's the finger bones?
Oh no! Quit. Just you're doing great so far. Just a little, maybe a hint. I am no professional, but maybe don't ask any questions now. Like, be confident and assertive in what you're saying, because you're adding a lot of question marks at the end, and the corpse might take that as a question. And I don't. You know, you do.
Are you talking to me?
Courage.
Yeah. Yes.
No, I haven't even cast it yet, but this one is right. What's your Zora? Hey, so Zora, give me a moment. Finger bones and the 2 red candles. He starts getting everything all set, gets all of his materials, and then mystical somatical gestures, an incredibly well rehearsed routine, then begins to go. The drunken slur begins to slowly disappear as a verbal component of it continues to go, but you can tell it is requiring a fantastic amount of concentration. Verbal components of spells, after all, need to be enunciated properly. So with that, he's doing that now while touching the corpse for about the next 10 minutes or so. You guys, meantime, can sort out whatever you want. The world is yours.
So, what questions do we want to ask it? I know I've got a question, but I don't think it pertains to
What is your
here.
question? What is your question?
I want to know if they saw any red sails on the coast of Urunde.
Why?
kind of looks over at Aldred. That's suspicious ship that we saw before we were shipwrecked.
Okay. I have no objections to that, but perhaps we should make sure that all of the pertinent, pressing questions are asked first, yes?
How many questions are we allowed?
Rin leans over and quietly, 3.
3? Good God.
Might I suggest we go ahead and start practicing? Instead of asking the questions now, say the type of thing we want, but don't do it in a question. So I wouldn't say Zora. I would say, Zora, you are looking for this. I am looking for this.
Right, statements only.
Only statements. Thank you. That's words that I can do.
Place the black vial of sort of noxious ichor that escaped from the mouth of the dying the evil goop that we got last time. I place it down in the middle of the table and I say, I want to know if this is divine magic, alchemical magic, or arcane magic.
Or maybe just what it is, because I'm sure you can discern what kind of magic it is. If
I doubt we'll get a straight answer from them if we ask what it is.
What it is.
So we might be able to narrow it down if we ask
learn the
another
school of
question.
magic. I can learn the school of magic if you need to know that.
Still in the bed.
What
5
have you been
minutes.
waiting for?
well, okay, Aldred, what was your question? What do you want to know?
I have a question for everyone here.
Wait, make sure it is in the form of a statement.
But I was going to ask it now. Do I still need to make it a statement?
I don't think so.
We have 5 minutes. You're probably all right.
Okay. Am I going to be asking the questions?
Well, you're the only one who speaks her language.
I trust Ren.
Ren speaks it.
3 minutes.
Okay, I'm okay with the Ichor question, and I am okay with the sales question. I personally just want to know what was inside the meteorite. I feel like it wasn't very clear before, but maybe we can find that out later.
And perhaps if we can figure out how to combine 2 questions into one, perhaps where it is.
Maybe something to do with Chrysera?
I also want to know if, since Chrysera seems to reward those who struggle and fight, although we beat all these baddies up in the very, very cold place, although we beat them, they were still attacking us. We had beaten them. So why was it an issue? I'm getting scared. We're so close to time.
It's like a minute left.
So Ichor, sales, and just whatever comes up, I suppose. I'm okay.
I'm sorry, does anyone want to try this soup? This guy gave us soup. It's really good.
He gave you soup a week ago when you first arrived.
Oh, so we're not still eating soup?
Don't eat that.
No, it's the same guy. When you first came back, he was like, you guys just came. It was a week travel, but you got back and he was like, thank you for doing this. And then he passed the soup over to you. It's now the next day and it happens to be the same guy who offered you the soup. That's all.
Oh, okay. So I'm not still eating soup.
I can't say that. You might be. That's for you to
Alvin
determine.
is still eating soup. It's a different soup, and it's also lovely, and he offers it to the people around him.
ROFL Iron Chef, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else in between, and all you amazing peoples.
So between
I thought it was lovely.
So between Frenell and Karl, what question are we asking?
I personally like Frenell's question the most, but
Okay.
I am not voting.
That's all right. I'll vote I like that one too. Ichor sales, fighting people,
I agree.
but said more eloquently. So between Aldred and Rin, you got it. And I like.
I do not speak eloquently.
Yes, but you get right to the point.
We're well aware.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do we just tell him we're ready? Or...
And the thing that now comes back to life shall now speak and answer questions 3. All right, guys, you're on. He just steps off.
Remember, statements until it's a question.
With a creaking sound, the corpse sits upright and begins looking around, except it has no eyeballs, because its head was punched in. The only thing that has been restored is just the jaw and the mouth region, and even then, not by much. Good luck. Rin is looking at it. 3 questions. You good? Who's asking?
So, seriously, does anyone want some soup?
Alvin.
Alvin.
What?
No.
The corpse
Frenell.
turns around and is...
No.
So you could speak common.
Oh, my
Alvin.
goodness.
Come here. Tell me
We're
about
now
the
down
soup
to one
over in the
question
other room.
because that is 2 now.
Okay.
No, that was a statement.
Okay.
An accusation.
No one say a word. Tess, collect Alvin, please.
Alvin is very pleased with himself and is happy to be collected for the rest of the scene.
Yeah. Tess will lead him gently into the corner of the room. Just like, the arm around the shoulders, and just like, come on, buddy, come on. We're gonna go over here now.
So I don't want to say let's punish Alvin, but I think the Ichor question sort of fell to the bottom. Shall we ask Frenell's
Statements.
Yes, you can.
Frenell yelled very loudly over Zora. You all heard it here.
Alvin is just chuckling in the corner.
I didn't.
Y'all watch the D&D movie, right? I mean, you kind of know how this shit works, right? Okay, I'm just making sure.
Okay.
Meanwhile, while this is happening, everyone's kind of like, face palm. One of the people who is in attendance comes over and touches the jaw. You can see the stitching start falling out. The flesh rebuilds itself and the bones correct.
Should have done that a long time ago.
Please hold. I am coming up with mega question.
Zora, what? Come over
No,
here,
okay.
please.
Okay.
Come over here, please.
Yes, I hate myself.
Well, you guys you should be making a statement now.
We should be making a statement, yes. And we are in the process of making said statement.
Who knows about it?
Rin, after witnessing what just happened, a glare immediately met those 2 questioners. And then he leaned back against the wall, crossed his arms, and propped one foot up against the wall, put his head down. He's out of the scene. He's just going to remain there like that.
He's not mad, he's just disappointed.
No.
I placed the vial in front of the.
No. Alvin, get over with
say,
me in the corner.
Tell us everything you know about this, because that's not a question.
Frenell waits to hear if something happens to Alvin's demand.
I don't think it works like that. Actually.
Okay, so we know non-questions don't work.
No, we're speaking Alvin. Shh, shh.
Alvin, back with me in the corner, please. Back with me in the corner.
I'm gonna pick up Alvin just gently and walk over to the corner with him.
I'll allow it.
Thank you, Stormy. I appreciate you in the moment.
I whisper into your ear, you're surprisingly gentle.
Frenell!
Frenell is
time.
working on a 4-part question. But Frenell has very little faith in herself for this task.
Frenell.
So Frenell may just ask her question and say, go with Nordaga, y'all.
Go with Nordaga.
Dude, that was like a bless your heart.
I love that journey for you.
Yes. Oh fuck.
Oh my god.
You guys are gonna be running out of
Okay.
running out of time soon.
Okay. Frenell thinks really hard on whether or not her question was better than the others and tries to make a decision that will serve the group more so than her own desires and goals here.
We don't have that kind of insight into Frenell's mind, however. So what does everyone actually see Frenell doing?
People see Frenell saying this out loud.
There you go.
They hear
Okay, that's
Frenell.
fine.
Frenell says all of this out loud.
Perfect. Thank you.
Frenell also continues to speak in the third person in order to not say a question accidentally.
Alvin appreciates this.
From across the room. Nell, we've got a time limit.
I'd say you have maybe half a minute left. Oh.
Dear Necromancer,
The head.
if there were red cells, what was the ichor material?
That's... No.
Alvin gives a slow clap.
There
Gives
were.
a slow clap.
It looks at you.
If there were no red cells, what is the ichor material? There were no red cells.
And falls back down.
I didn't ask if there were red cells, so we still get another question. Since that's the question that you answered.
No.
The guy,
No, I would
the caster's
Said
kind of.
that. I
Wait.
confused the Necromancer.
What?
Yeah, confused.
Alvin
God.
has found a chalkboard and is writing out something in syllogistic logic.
Zora's eating the sunrod.
I think he is re-unalived. I don't think it will be answering any more questions.
But there were no red sails. Although that wasn't the question I asked.
You asked.
We at least learned more. I said if there were no red sails, and it said there were no red sails. I didn't ask it if there were red sails.
The
It
priest.
answered the question I didn't ask.
The priest
which
goes over
tells
and
me
kind of.
there was
Come on,
something
you fucker!
possibly wrong with the magic, or the necromancer is faking it right now and wants us to ask a question accidentally.
the priest comes over, the cleric comes over and like hits the body, and it just reacts like a pile of bones.
You might have a point. We can always try asking another one.
Try asking another one.
All these statements. Okay. Dear necromancer.
Its head just on the table goes.
If Chrysera rewards those who struggle and fight, and we beat you, and should therefore be rewarded by Chrysera, why did you try to take our rewards from the Ice Queen?
It's eyes which don't exist. Fuck.
Everyone's breaking.
You're welcome.
A couple nerves in the background, just like wiggling.
It's just a couple of, it's like, it's firing neurons, but ain't nothing happening on the other end.
It's a snail mancer.
So it turns its head with these hollow sockets, rotten flesh. It's only been a fucking week, but nonetheless, you kind of, Thessalia scorched the hell out of it. It looks... It attempts to look in the direction of Frenell, wherever the voice had come from.
The giants, they serve the Ice Queen's will. Her command they cannot deny. But from the star's heart they took a prize to the land of frost they fly. They took something, a prize from the star's fall, to the heart of Winter's grasp, where the Ice Queen holds her hall. And the star's heart holds a secret, a gift of cold and dread. The giants took her to the Ice Queen's realm, where mortal feet fear to tread. And they serve the Ice Queen's will. Her command they cannot deny. From the star's heart they took a prize. The land of frost. I already said that. I didn't do anything against you because it was already gone and safe.
Dear necromancer, what was the ichor? Just in case, y'all. Just in case.
It starts falling back down, but I rolled a 1. So according to the rules of the spell, a critical failure on its part, on its will save, essentially means that it's going to answer the most truthful way possible. So it's just going to provide you with all the information. Ask the question again and we'll pick it up from there.
What was the ichor? Dear necromancer.
Oh, it was a gift from the cold throne. And they took it down under to empower everything there. It lies not here. The giants themselves will not even touch it. They cannot fit into the doorways. What lies within comes from the stars. It is a gift to everyone. A gift that begins to spread across.
And the body falls down and turns to ash.
Do you want to
That
try to
wasn't
ask
me.
another question?
I can't resurrect piles of ash. Sorry.
Honestly, Thessalia, I owe you an apology. She was far more helpful dead than alive.
Alvin, we know that you're going to do it. Go ahead and collect the ash. I know you're waiting to scoop it up into some sort of jar, so just go ahead.
I have plenty of ash. Why would I need more?
I just figured dead necromancer ash probably worth more than normal ash, but that is not for me to know.
Hey,
Only
Ren,
slightly.
I'm done here. You guys are gonna take care of that. I hope you have a broom, and you're gonna take care of my tavern tab like we agreed.
Ren takes a look at him. Yes, this is... Yes.
Yeah, good. Hey, look, I hope that all of you just kind of get the, I hope you get what you need out of it.
And he ends up putting his hand, more to stabilize himself, onto the table where the ash is. And he's like, thunk. And you can see a bluish limeish light glide down, like fading into existence from his shoulder all the way down to his fingertips, completely unbeknownst to him, and it begins to ride all over the ash until finally it pops back up. You begin to hear from a place very far away from here, extremely far away.
I wish to serve in the land of dead. Go back then to the land of dread and finish what I could not. And perhaps then you'll get your star.
The fuck was... Anyway, you're gonna pay my... all right. Good luck to all.
Before you go, do you have a way we can contact you later if need be?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you head out of town,
Card, a cell number.
yeah,
I got it in a book somewhere. Don't
I'm
worry.
sometimes kept in cell 2 Bravo, the local jail. I know that cell very well. So I will see.
Poof, he just falls back.
Right.
Completely
Public
out.
intoxication is very illegal. Right.
You know, on second thought, that soup was not, a little bit of a tummy ache, to be honest.
Well, I apologize for your little tummy ache, Alvin.
Well, thank you. That's very kind. So I guess we're going back. Although I
Alvin,
would like to set some ground rules this time.
Rin interrupts. We cannot go back just yet. You met with the alchemist. They have no answers, and they said because you came in contact with it, it is attuned to you or something. You will need to tell
This
us
vial?
what you find.
This vial is attuned to me?
And you see a little black speck of like an oil, like an incredibly viscous oil that every now and then, you guys have seen Venom, or if for those of you that have, it's that kind of like that kind of a thing.
Make the sound again, real quick.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope. Sounds like
I very
Alvin's
much
soup.
enjoyed it. Yeah.
Alvin Soup just like has a tentacle come out.
Gross.
Yeah, we were hoping that you might be able to provide a little bit more light on this vial that you have with this black substance that you got from the crater.
All right. Who wants to stick their hand in it? I'm just kidding. Just kidding, guys. Yeah, we should probably use Rumer's oh jeez. What's our laboratory look like here? We need protocols, basically. We need a system of protocols.
It is exceptionally well furnished, but we took a sample of it and we were not able to find out anything that you've already given us. We were kind of hoping that you would be able to use your expertise.
You know it reacts to living things, so have you tried? And, well, we just found out that the doorway of the giants, it won't fit through the doorway. So I assume it only reacts to living things of a certain size, or perhaps a certain biological composition. So it would then go without saying that we need to find larger and larger creatures to feed to it.
Rin is looking at you, trying to follow your stream of logic, and then a pause, a pregnant pause, and then kind of leans in a little bit more, looks over at Karl. Did you pick up on that door size thing?
To be honest, I tried to follow along, but I just kind of hear after a while.
Alvin, I think what the body was saying is that the giants are too big to fit inside of the doors where this object is that the body talked about. What are you going on about?
Oh, I thought that she meant that the that makes more sense.
Well, it's okay.
Look,
because
we knew it lived inside a body, though.
What did?
Well, it came out of a living body.
So he looks at you a little bit and he's,
are you able to use laboratory equipment and get something out of it, or do you want to return it to our alchemists and they will come up with an answer?
Well, I would like to try exposing it to creatures of increasingly large size to see what it does to them.
How about we do not do that in the confines of this building? And beforehand, how about we first discover its true nature before we begin exposing it to anyone else?
Okay, well, that's what I was saying about the protocols. We need protocols. Normally in these situations, you expose it to other things other than living material.
Oh, I'm just saying that it would be... All right.
I would expose a leaf to it and see if that reacts, and then I would expose a living worm to it and see if that reacts.
Why would you potentially hurt a good leaf or a good worm for something that might kill them? This makes no sense, Alvin.
Frenell is right.
Why would you be so cruel to the earth?
Because if we can grow it large enough, we can divide it into pieces and figure out how to kill it.
If it kills the leaves and kills the worms and you grow it, it's going to kill everyone. Do you not realize that I am a leaf druid? Like, it would kill me.
To be honest, I am not so keen on making the black ichor any bigger than it already is. Quite frankly, it terrifies me.
But earlier you mentioned trying to figure out what type of magic. That was the question you were going to ask. What if I have like read aura. What if I just read its aura and then I would learn the school of magic?
My goodness, I would love that. That would be fantastic for now.
Simpler way to start.
For now, what do you make of this? Tell me about its aura.
How long does that take? Because I could use that time. Rin, I saw you scribbling the poems. As soon as she started going on with the rhymes, I just lost. I could not concentrate. So do you have the stanzas that she spoke, the necromancer spoke, so that I may read it and document it for the rest of the team while the aura is being read?
It casts for 1 minute.
Brilliant. I'm a fast writer.
You cast it. Immediately you start getting something off of it. First off, you realize that it is arcane, but that is going to be more for the amateur. You instead pick up a little bit more. It doesn't belong in this place. Give me an occultism check. Occultism? Why do I have to separate that? Why do I separate that? Occultism. It's from role playing the cleric.
Okay, I'm trying to remind myself how to do this.
Sticking to that. Yeah, in Foundry, if you open up your character sheet, okay, then you will see your skills, which is going to be, or even on the HUD that comes up, all those beige buttons. If you click on skills, just go down to occultism and click that.
I don't think I ever saw the HUD.
Really?
So I'm gonna look for.
Okay, so well then double click on your character and then go to the. And then.
So I have the.
And it'll be under the hand icon. That'll be your proficiencies. It should be on your right side.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. I was looking for something that said skills. Okay. So
yeah, no, it's
occultism,
called proficiencies for some reason.
And then just normal.
Yep, you're going to click on the plus whatever for occultism.
Okay.
Ooh. And announce what you got.
7.
So it is very clearly lamp oil. Very clearly.
Light it up.
Well, what is it?
Well, it's lamp oil, but a little bit of arcane. It's got a little bit of a flavor to it.
Magic
So,
lamp.
yeah, magic lamp. Potentially something, potentially at one point in someone's like library or archive, maybe. And Frenell turns to Rin and says, "Do you have any libraries or archives here that I could go search through?"
Yes, of course.
Because I know, Zora, you wrote everything down, right?
Yes, I just finished, actually.
Yeah, you just finished. Maybe we could go. I'm curious about this gateway, and so Frenell's trying to figure out like where's the gateway like going to.
What gateway?
The gateway that the giants can't fit through. What realm is this?
The body.
Rin like pushes himself off the wall and he points to the corpse.
It was talking about a fucking door. They put it into a place, whatever they took out of the meteor, they put into a room with normal sized doors. The giants can't fit through the doors because they are too big. That's it. That's what I got out of it.
All of you are so smart. And that's what I got out of it.
Aldred, maybe you would like to be the one who runs these experiments.
Sometimes it's the simplest answer. That's all I'm saying.
That's a bad idea.
Okay, we need to stop paying minimum wage. That's all I'm saying here. So look, what I want to do. We need to find out if we need to go back to Eronde or not. If there is something there to retrieve. But, and he points to each of the 6. We need to find out what that thing is. Otherwise, we cannot have it here within the archives of the society.
That is a very good point. Perhaps we can bring it with us on our travels. Alvin, no offense, perhaps hand it off to someone else. In the meantime, I will look through my book before we head out to see if there is any temple or anything in the area that perhaps is built so that giants are not allowed entry.
All right.
I think it's just that they physically cannot enter.
No, I understand that, but the temple or a building that is built in a way that the giants are not able to enter.
Just a small door.
Steve, I'd like to make a roll, but I'm not sure what it is.
What is it that you are attempting? Let's always, and without fail, state what it is that we want to do, and then let me determine whether or not you need to roll. Here's why. Sometimes rolls fuck you up. And many times you need the information. I have no problem providing you as the players with the information if you come up with an ingenious way of how you came about it. Therefore, don't rely on your character sheets, just simply come up with awesome ideas.
So
We
I'm
did get
looking
like
at
5
this.
questions earlier out of someone.
That's true. That's true. I'm looking at this vial, and I am, first of all, trying to think how many pieces can I divide this substance into before it loses its magical properties. But then it occurs to me that if I'm attuned to it, I should be able to interact with it somehow. And I just want to know, is there any way to tell if I am interacting with it while the vial is still closed?
Yes, you were the one who collected it.
Yes.
It seems to always face your face.
Dear God, that's unnerving. Okay.
Can now that you have noticed that, now that you are studying it, give me an occultism check followed by an alchemical lore check.
Oh, baby. Here we go. Let's roll those bones. And then...
So occultism is a 6. That's bad. You rolled a 3.
That's not good. I think it's lamp oil, guys.
And that is a 19, your alchemical lore. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely not lamp oil on second thought. It keeps turning to face me.
You definitely confirm that. You know it is magical in nature and has arcane properties, but you were able to determine that, so you simply verify that. Next, you know that it is not just magical, but it's of a type never before encountered. It seems to be... You see it pressing up against the glass, so a tendril of it comes up and flattens itself up against the glass, staring at you. If it had eyes, it would be staring. While another one leans a little bit behind it and off to the left. That's when you notice there's a person who's standing there in the room, like somebody of the society, who's standing there, one of the higher-ups. Happens to be in the direction of that other tendril.
I, regardless of what is considered polite or socially appropriate, begin to, carrying this vial, move it closer to that person until I have it in front of their face, or as close as I can get as a gnome.
Thank you. So, yeah, you...
Still carrying him.
Can I ratatouille in this situation?
Pulling hair.
Can I get over Aldred?
He's just going to like kind of point, and I'm just going to start walking with him.
Would that be animal handling?
So, Aldred, it starts taking you a little bit closer to that intended target. That person in the corner of the room, they stand up straight at first once they notice that all eyes are on them, and then they kind of like straighten up a little bit more, have a quizzical look on their face, and as you get closer, the contents of the vial go like it's trying to reach out through the glass of the vial, until finally you are within 3 feet, and it is concentrating in the direction of that person's left hip pouch, which is a very well appointed pouch, I might add.
Do I notice what's going on? Can I make a roll for that?
Everyone here notices that. Yeah, you don't need to ask for rolls. That's fine.
I am.
Could we get this guy in a chokehold of some sort?
Oh, I was just going to grab the pouch right off of his waist.
So
either way,
you recognize this as the leader of the society?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not.
I don't know that.
It's the leader of the
Look him up and
society?
down and say, "What have you got in your pockets?"
They kind of stand back for a second. I mean, when they straightened up, they really straightened up because they understood that there was an investigation taking place, and it seems like that they straightened up initially out of like curiosity. Then they got concerned because there's this thing go up against the glass, and then they're like, They shake themselves out of that initial, like, what the fuck is in that goddamn vial? And they hear Alvin, what's in your pouch? There's an orb. Hold on. And he unlocks the pouch, and you can see a purplish glint, a hue of light come from its fingertips, come from their fingertips. And he unlocks they unlock the pouch, and you can see the leather kind of just like opens up a little bit, reaches in and pulls out a glass ball, no bigger than a modern billiard ball, and takes it and puts it down on the table and gestures to it.
What is it?
I don't wish to taint the investigation with preconceived answers.
And Frenell is secretly reading its aura at the same time.
Oh, yeah, not a problem. So you go to do that again. It takes you a minute to cast, right? You begin taking a look at it, and all the scintillating colors of all the various kinds of magic within the world begin to coalesce over the object, and it glows a bright and radiant color, indicating this is a magical artifact of extreme power.
Is this something everybody can see or just for now?
It's just you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all that particular spell is always seen through your eyes specifically.
I didn't know if I activated it somehow. That's why I was.
Nah.
It started to glow.
If you if you did, there would be a complete fucking narrow. And then the gods came down, and no, don't. You're fine. You're fine.
Okay. So did I learn like what type of magic?
You did not pick up on an aura, a specific school of magic, which is atypical at best.
Right, because if I know it's magical, and if it is, I learned the school of magic.
Yes,
so
typically
it's
you do.
Blocking me from even
yes.
Okay.
Very good.
I just like randomly just kind of like interrupt the conversation, and I turn to Rin again. You remember how earlier I asked you if there was a library or an archive that I could go visit and look up things that I would like to explore? And Frenell's hoping to. She's just so interested. She's like, this has never happened. And this is her inside thought. She's thinking, oh, I need to like go and look for something that would suggest why I couldn't figure out the school of magic.
Yeah. You've seen it. Down the hall, left-hand side, walk down the stairs, third door on right.
Oh, that little thing? Fine, whatever. Okay. I'll be back in a bit, y'all. And she like goes to just like look. She doesn't know how it's organized or anything. She's just like willy-nilly searching.
Alvin, while Frenell is gone, you notice its tendrils like licking up at the glass, trying to get closer to that object, to the sphere on the table.
Yeah, I'm gonna move the glass vial as far away from far enough away that it's no longer doing that. I don't like that.
So with that, however, you notice that the guy in the person in the corner like says, hold on, I have an idea. I'll be right back. Exits the room. A couple minutes later, talk amongst yourselves, comes back and puts another object down at the table at the other end, so that the vial is in between the two objects, and you see the thing go to either side.
Does it split in two?
No, it remains connected at the base, but I believe that is neither here nor there. It's a small, confined space. Your intelligence is high enough that you can realize if it could split, maybe it would do so over a greater distance, but it's confined to a small vial, so who knows?
Mm-hmm.
This is actually very good for us. It is like a compass to magical items. It can help us find what we are looking for, eh?
Exactly, says Rin. Meanwhile, the person, look, that additional object,
That one there. That is also an artifact. Unique magical item that does not exist anywhere else in the world. That one there. Your goo is going to both sides. It is Rin, your blade. Yeah, all right. He undoes his sword belt, puts the blade down on the table. The thing remains steady, never even wavering. It is not attracted to his magical blade. It is attracted to those two things.
Oh, I get it. The people were dowsing rods.
A quiet falls over the room, and everyone's looking at you.
What, you didn't expect me to say something intelligent? That I'm only good for fighting or some shite?
No, what the fuck is a dowsing rod?
Is it anything like a compass?
Yes.
Because I said compass, right?
You did.
Okay,
But a
cool.
dowsing rod is a bit more superstitious in nature. Less scientific. Less factual. Dowsing rod is used to intuit various things, whatever the wielder is searching for. Typically, in the stories I've heard, it's water.
I think it's more like a spider on a web feeling the vibrations, knowing that it's hungry.
I'm going to be right back.
Yeah, sorry, I just was staring at it for a while.
The person who put the stuff on the table leaves the room. Several minutes later, while conversation continues, they come back. Somebody else is now with them. They nod, and they have a staff with them. They go... Immediately, you can see a shell of hexagonal shapes all around the room, touching each of the four walls of the chamber. It's a dome effect. Some of you may be peeking your heads out of that dome. You can adjust or not. Doesn't make any difference for these purposes. Go ahead. Do what you need to do.
No, I'm not opening that vial.
The person with the staff who was holding it firmly to the ground.
It's not going to go anywhere.
Alvin, I think this is what I was saying. I think the people were being used as compasses or dowsing rods or spiders on a web feeling for vibrations. However you fucking want to phrase it. It's used to find heavy duty magical artifacts.
I think it's intelligent.
I do.
With that, hold on. Thessalia, hold on for 1 second. Alvin, give me another alchemical lore check. This time with fortune. With fortune, keep highest.
Keeping higher.
Nice.
21. So, confirmed. While other people are talking around you, you have absolutely confirmed, at least to the best of your abilities in this semi-controlled environment, that it does seem to be connected to certain types of objects and possibly of ancient origin. However, you also gain... You examine everything about this thing. However you choose to replicate or however you choose to represent that. When you examine it, there's nothing like it in all of your studies that resembles something like this. Now, you have seen black puddings, you have seen oozes, you have seen other things like that. The particular makeup of this, when you come in a little bit close on it, is crystalline. Puddings and oozes are not. This thing has individual facets which give it an almost opalescent kind of a visual effect. when you take a look at it, however you choose to describe it, you gain the following knowledge. It is not from this plane of existence, and it is possibly a manifestation of something much greater than this world is capable of holding.
I'm not as keen on that one. That's
now only you have that information, so you can share it or not at your will. That's up to you.
Oh, I'm not sharing it. That's Say, is it regular?
How do you
Have
mean?
we tried diffracting light through it to see if it's got a regular structure?
The forward-voiced one goes into the hallway and grabs a bullseye lantern, snaps a finger, the flame lights up, focuses the beam, sets it down on the counter with the beam right on towards you, and they gesture.
I start playing with the beam to try and see if I can get it to show parts of the visible spectrum that would allow me to discern.
I'm going to give you another alchemical lore check. Oh, Kevin just left. I'm just going to ask him to... Kevin, are you still there? Nope. Make another alchemical lore check, and at the... Yep, do it again, and keep the highest.
Oh, we're doing it with advantage,
yep,
okay.
Yep. With fortune, we're playing Pathfinder.
With fortune. Terribly sorry.
All right, so yeah, it is the same result. The rest of you were kind of noticing what it is that Alvin is doing. Are any of you hint assisting in this, or?
Frenella's not. She is still rifling through dusty old tomes.
Yeah, you're not even there. Yeah, you're just like,
yeah,
it's
even, I heard like this like bang, and I was just like, oh, I wonder what they're doing up there, like from the staff.
I am incredibly intrigued and wanting to help, but I have no idea what's going on.
Do you have alchemical lore?
I'm like snapping around it.
follow.
To offer my little.
That's awesome. Does anybody here have alchemical lore or occultism that they would like to throw into the mix? So aid is a reactionary action, and you can take that.
I can try to. I'm not trained in occultism.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I will.
You can attempt a skill check. Yeah, you just need to beat a DC of 20. So it's 20 or better. 20 or better.
Beat it with a 20.
Yep.
So Thessalia got it.
Yeah.
Thessalia got occultism with a 20. That is then going to provide a little bit of a bonus. So that's going to give you a +1.
That should make my roll 22.
It's not going to give you any real additional information, but Zora? Something instinctual inside of your lizard form begins to bubble up. You've heard, well, Alvin didn't say anything, but you recognize this does not come from this plane of existence. At least there is an eerie feeling. It is your instinct which is now speaking, and it's telling you that you don't know what this is.
Okay.
Therefore, it's fearful. There is something about that. It's just like, nope, don't like it at all. And it's like, well, sure. In our reality, here on planet Earth, you're going about your day, in your apartment, in your home, at your place of work. You are with your beloved. You are doing whomever, doing whatever.
Or whomever.
No, you can't take that one back.
Get right on it.
Roll for initiative, please.
Yes, I will. I got an 8. Oh, well. It's all with the consent. So, You're going about phrase words carefully on stream.
Statements.
Yes, it was no questions. You're going about your thing. Okay, so now imagine us all as streamers. You know what? Let's just get really intimate. We're all sitting here playing a game, and then you begin to notice that your monitor melts. But it's not like a heat type of plastic melting, but the bezel just kind of does its own thing. No, it's like everything continues to work. It's just warping into something else completely different. Now imagine a 6-sided cube, which is essentially your monitor, just an incredibly flat one. And then each of the faces are a cube.
Okay.
You can't imagine.
Just imagine a hypercube.
Exactly. So yeah, it's essentially a tesseract. So Donald, wow, thank you so much for the biddies. Woo. So Zora,
Yes.
you get that preternatural feeling that what lies inside of this doesn't belong in this world, and it is attracted to things of extreme power outside of it.
Got it. So Zora the whole time has been like idly chewing on the staff of the sunrod while she's reading the notes that she carefully wrote down verbatim from Rin that she will eventually read. And she's like looking out of the corner of her eye, like something catches her eye, and it's not the light being reflected necessarily from the ichor, but it's the light being reflected from the glass of the vial. And she's just kind of like looking at it while she's chewing, and like she just maybe unrelated, but back where I come from, everybody is weirdly religious, believe in all sorts of things, superstition, gods, but it's all tangible, if that makes sense. Like they have these fears and these dreams and these hopes, but it makes sense, even if you don't believe in it. This is not making sense. I don't know. Aldred, you're snapping around it. Like, look at it. It's almost like it doesn't fit. It's like, have you ever done a puzzle and there's like a piece from another box that just somehow makes its way in there, and you're trying to stuff it in the spot that you think it goes, and it's just over the edge and it doesn't quite work.
I'm strong enough that I could force it.
I'm sure you are, and I don't doubt that for a second.
Why don't you just cut that extra bit off?
Okay, so maybe the puzzle metaphor.
So, Zora, you're correct. This is not part of our puzzle.
Our puzzle meaning Erin, correct? Right? You see what I'm talking about.
No, not just Erin. I think this is from another plane. Look how regular it is, and yet it's a liquid. There are no regular liquids on our plane except for mercury. That doesn't count. This is not mercury. This is not anything I've seen before. And I'll tell you one more thing. When I was looking at it, it felt like it was looking back. And what's more, I don't think it wants to be in this plane. I think it wants to be everywhere.
Oof.
But that's all just, I really...
Alvin, as you now utter those exact words, but that's just really, and there's a thought that pops up into your head. Whatever it is that however you want to interpret that for roleplay, whether you trail off, whatever. Mm-hmm. It wants to be everywhere. There is something about that rings true. Zora and Alvin, give me perception checks with fortune.
Fuck yeah.
Guess in all the plot points.
Karl,
lots of rules.
As a thaumaturge, you wanted to tap into some of that knowledge and see if you can find other temples in the area and other stuff like that. I want to address that now in addition to some of the other stuff that has now come up. What 2 questions do you have about this kind of stuff?
Ooh. Sure. I mean, so now we know that it's kind of like a compass to these magic items. So I guess my one question that's really important is what's the range on that, if we have one, or if it's infinite? And 2, yeah, I mean, using like a recall knowledge of like the landscape and the people who live here, obviously they know they have giants amongst them.
Mm-hmm.
What buildings would they have built that they didn't build them with doors that the giants can get into? So that gives us like a place to start looking, give or take.
Sure. So you put together a couple things. One, you have no information about its range. It is so unique, it is simply not written down in lore just yet. Having said that, where might the other things that they were talking about be stored or kept? Where would giants not be able to go? It seems rather ironic, but you do remember that in the capital of Irhold, which is in the mountains, it's in the foothills just to the northeast of Irunde, in the northeast portion of Irunde. The capital is there, and chances are they took it there. But this is where your lore comes in. Irunde wasn't always run by fire giants. It was settled by one person. It was a cleric who had been outcast. Their exact origins, who they worshipped, etc., really kind of died out with history, but they were not exactly well liked. And therefore they may have created, with the assistance of the eventual people that would come to follow them, the underground chambers. And it is upon that Irhold was created, almost as in a territorial claim. This is now ours. And they put it on top of the ruins of the original founder of that region. Chances are it's in Irhold, but it's way the fuck down.
And so he's gonna, you just hear a book close. It's in, I've found the place. It is a proper place to hide something like this. Irhold is in the northeast. I think we should start our looking there. Maybe we can also discover what the range of our magical black ichor friend is here, eh?
Rin steps up off of the wall again, uncrosses his arms, looks directly at Karl. Irhold is the capital. We're going to have a little bit of a problem getting there, right? There's not a single scout that we have here that would be willing to do this.
I would.
That's one.
Yeah, what constitute a scout?
Us, Stormy.
Oh, yeah, I'll go.
2.
I'm fine with that.
And also, from my readings, I see that perhaps it most likely underground. Have you perhaps had any of our people find entryways to any sort of caverns, dungeons, tunnels?
Rin is looking around at everyone, just waiting to raise his next finger.
Well, you had me until you said the word underground. You see, I'm used to salty sea air and open sky. I'm in, Rin. Put your finger up.
3.
We have to... I'll be right back. I'm gonna go down the library. And I'm gonna go in the library and peek my head around the corner. Frenell, we're gonna go underground and we're gonna look for something and we need scouts. Do you want to go?
Frenell is now taking a look at a book, but let's find out what kind of book. Frenell, do me a favor. Do you have occultism trained?
I do.
Roll it.
Let's see.
I love that you
Roll
just holding up a book like, okay.
Like, the fact that I literally have like a giant bookshelf, but I don't have any that are right here because I tried to clean before this.
Apple's like,
Okay.
I'm prepped. Boom.
I almost grabbed out my oracle cards.
What did you?
13. 13.
So there is stuff that is going on that you're like, you came across this one book and it just appears to be more of a journal than anything else. I mean, you've got stuff that is like, whence comes the dawn? The veil twixt sleep and wake grows thin. In the ether, the echo of Nasrat whispers her sunless and that's when Zora comes in.
Frenell, we're going on an adventure. It's underground. They need scouts. Are you in?
Can I bring tea?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Let's go.
Frenell's in.
And I'm still just like looking through the library, like I'm on a mission, like to find like a very particular type of book.
Yep, give me another occultism while that's happening. Go ahead.
It is safe to say that I am, of course, in as well.
5.
I pull Rin aside and I say, look,
We are literally in a room with everyone else here within 3 feet.
I'm in, but I have a demand.
What?
I want another glass vial around this one. If it's regular,
By
then it could be
Nordaga's giant
periodically-
tits.
He reaches into his pouches and puts them down on the table. There's 2. Are you in?
Yes, I'm in.
6.
I don't want this getting out.
Wait, he stops for a second, looks back at you.
Trust me, you don't want this getting out of this vial.
Well, then you are in charge of it.
God help us. Yes. Okay, yes, I'm in. Hi.
Gods.
Gods help us, yes.
No
All
gods,
right.
no masters, but who's counting?
Every single one of you, we are going to outfit you just like we did the last time. You're going to head over to the quartermaster and they will be able to provide you with the supplies that you need. There you will ask the sergeant at arms for whatever. However, I'm going to say thank you in advance. We have been trying to get into Euronde for a very long time because we always know that they have secrets everywhere. But there's never been a reason. They are holding on to something. They're very religious people. And so, and his gaze focuses on Zora, it would do well to get into the mindset of the zealot and say gods. We may understand that the gods are capricious at best, but what we are looking for here is going to be something a little bit more. Because if Euronde is beginning to amass power according to this object or whatever it is that they took from the meteor, whatever that thing is, the world needs to know about it. Lest we run into yet another situation that we ran into a decade ago. You 6, he looks around individually, matching gaze with each of the 6 of you. I'm not going to join you on this one. But you will leave in 3-day time. We will send out scouts first. Teleportation. We will get the scouts there first, take a look at Erhold, this capital. Karl, how sure are you on this location?
Well, to be honest with you, I'd say 80% from my readings, it makes sense.
All right. Where is Apple?
Apple's at their house.
Like, where's Frenell? What?
Who is
I'm
Apple?
so confused.
Where is Frenell?
Well, Ren just said I was there. It was like pointing to the six of us.
I know. I just realized that. I kind of like it just went click, click.
So Frenell like kind of stayed behind. I assumed like she kind of wrapped up and
Sure.
came up there. She was still looking for a particular book. What she went down there, she was really curious about if there would be some type of magic that she would not be able to detect. And thinking of, she knows that Chrysera is involved, and she heard something about there was some sort of beyond that we could hear the necromancer like through the thing. So she narrowed her search down to particularly about the gods of death and void. So particularly like Chrysera, Fair, and Ysara. So if something involved with one of them would have some sort of magic that she couldn't detect with that ability. Feel free to limit my questioning there.
The society has a fantastic amount of information available. However, all of it deals with this material plane. It seems like you would be able to expand upon their banks of knowledge in due time and compensate for their lacking.
So she doesn't necessarily learn anything.
Exactly.
She's just kind of stopped. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe I have a book at home that has something about this. Maybe I'll check it out one day. And so she just like walks back in and just kind of thinking to herself. It's just like, are we ready to go?
Can I have a will save?
Adventure and tea.
Frenell, I would like a will save, please.
A will save?
Yeah.
Okay. Looking for...
Left side.
Oh, just do it there.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, you did have me roll another occultism. Do we still need that?
What was it?
23. That's why I kind of.
You knew that. Yeah. You scoured that place.
Mm-hmm.
That was the information you got. There was. It's what you were looking for is beyond the capabilities of the society, because it relies on people like you to contribute to it.
27. Will save.
So, you know that passage you read where it seemed like the maniacal writings of a madman?
Whence comes the dawn, the veil?
And all that other bullshit. There is something hauntingly crucial about that. You pick up on... You came across what would appear to be a journal that had been recorded by or copied by someone else by print, and then somebody else copied that, and etc. And it just seemed to be like tertiary information. It was like maybe it's third hand, and then when you came across something that said, "Whence comes the dawn? The veil twixt sleep and wake grows thin," and then the passage continued into like a madman's ramblings. That sticks with you. Not in the sense that it becomes like an earworm. It's not like that. It's just now simply registered into your memory. Whence comes the dawn? And then other things followed. Somehow, some way, your intuition picks up on it. I think I just tapped into a book that will tell me something about this. But right now, it is completely unrelated.
If she just holds the information to herself.
Perfect.
And so the six of you, Frenell, will go in 3 days' time. We're going to outfit you with the proper equipment as usual, but I will not be going, like I said. If you're going into the capital, I'm going to impress this upon you. Do not create any international incidents whatsoever. If you do, the society will lose its funding from our government, and our government will disavow our existence, and then you are open for bounty according to the laws of this land. So please be careful in whatever you do. He is purposefully not locking gaze with any particular individual so as to not cast blame on anyone. We are all new to this. Take care. Take heed. I'll be in my quarters if anybody needs anything. Till then, Sergeant Arms will take care of you.
Guys, now would be, good time if you don't have one to get a fake beard.
I've got plenty of fur. Thank you very much.
Well, it helps avoid international incidents.
I think a Taraf with a beard would be quite the international incident by itself.
I have a beard.
Same.
Okay, well, I'll explain more on the journey, but you seem to lack the... You're not getting the premise. Okay, it's fine.
Oh no, I understand the premise.
No, you clearly don't. It's
right. So, which way to the quartermaster?
Rin already left, so but you have been here for a little bit. You did take notice. You end up going there, and you end up getting the equipment necessary for you to survive better in Arctic conditions. There will be nothing magical about it. So essentially, you have Kenny's parka
and more blankets.
And more blankets and tea. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, do you guys want to advance the scene by 3 days' time and to discover what the scout said?
Yeah, but can we take a 5-minute break?
3, 4. Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna take a quick 5. Do we have a 5-minute break? Do we?
I don't know. Did you make one?
I don't know if I made one. No, it's, you know what? It currently says Kill City Sinners. That's funny. Well, fuck it. You know what? We'll use the Kill City Sinners one. You guys won't see much of anything, but nonetheless, it's there. We'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Be right back. We are back. All right, note to self, replace intermission thing with a themed thing. So after gathering a little bit of information, about 3 days ends up passing. The scouts that have been teleported to Erunde come back and say there is an eastern passage on the right, it's an eastern passage on the capital's foothills that is not exactly well traveled, and it seems to go down to a portcullis area. The portcullis area is huge. I mean, it's going to fit several rune giants walking side by side through its gates. However, one of the scouts also reports that beyond the portcullis they were able to see, and Rin throws down onto the table, a somewhat battered leather tube with no lenses in it whatsoever. And when he holds it up and you see through it, you can see like paint chips on a nearby wall, like the thickness of the chips. He was able to use this and look beyond into the gate, be able to determine that within that were passageways that became ever increasingly narrow. We have reason to believe that this is the very thing that Karl had talked about, these passages where they can go in. So, you're going to be entering into the capital. We will be able to get you there. You now have the supplies necessary to make the journey. Any last requests?
Oh, I would, okay, I've been working on this. I think I have a method to do it safely. If we put 2 powerful artifacts on either side in a glass container, so that it's gonna try and escape, is my fear, but I think we can split it. I think we can split the contents of the vial. I think we can do that several times, enough so that we can run tests on this separately.
All right, hold on. He goes back,
and I show him a notebook that has schematic drawings of how,
not understanding anything that you've read. He looks over them and goes, "That is Oliverian to me. I don't know what that means." And he walks off. He comes back, and you can see the leader of the society themselves has that sphere in hand, as well as that other object. I understand that you needed this assistance.
Yes, yeah. It can't just be a dome. It has to go under the ground as well.
I'm offering you the two artifacts that you required.
Oh, thank you. I thought you were gonna help me run the experiment.
That's not me. No, that is not what. I'm so sorry, but that is not what I am capable of doing. Here are these objects, and he pats Rin like right here, and then exits the room. Yeah, I got it. All right.
Okay, now all I need is a safe room.
You're in it. Do what you need right now.
Okay. Alvin runs the experiment. He takes the vial and puts it in the center, equidistant from the 2 objects, arranging it very carefully, make sure that he's all gloved up, suited up, no chance of this shit getting in his mouth, because, like, oh my god, nightmare scenario. Okay? And he has people standing by ready to capture it into 2 glass cloches with vials attached, so that it can be transported to the vials. And if this experiment goes well, he's going to run it several times, enough so that everyone can get their own little nightmare pet in a vial.
You have 2 glass vials outside of the one that it's currently stored in.
Okay, well, 2 is better than 1. Okay. So he runs the experiment as described.
The 2 artifacts are here. The glass vials are here. Mm-hmm. Your single glass vial with that in it is there. You then dip it down, it starts to come out and go, and immediately goes into the glass vials because of the way that you align them towards those objects, and immediately You then cork them up. Now you have 2 vials with 2 pieces in it.
Fantastic. Now we can find out how to kill it. Anyone else want to hold this one? No volunteers. No one.
I'll take it.
There we go. Hey, team player there. And a good day to you, sir. And I hand him the vial.
All right.
Much obliged, Alvin.
We have
Sometimes I think these guys got a little weak stomach, you know, a little bit of the tummy rumbles there, huh?
Then we can feed you right before you leave.
No more soup. No more soup for me. I'm sticking to a solid diet.
Then we will provide you with meat. Do you need food before we leave? Before you leave?
No, we can get it to go. I wouldn't mind a doggy bag.
You have time to feast.
Heck yeah, if you're gonna throw a feast, yeah, all right, yeah, Never miss an opportunity to feast.
Fine, then this way to the feast,
which is just the common mess hall. And it's a buffet of both plates. You just go up there and you start scooping up your own stuff. On the other side of that is somebody who's just scooping more shit into the trough, as you will. It's the exact same kind of thing that you guys have become used to. However, it's boring. It's not consequential. I'm not even gonna mention a single ingredient while this one is here. So I'm just gonna it might include turnip, but I have a feeling I just doomed myself. I know, I just fucking doomed myself. In the presence of a chef, I just fucking doomed myself. I get it. Either way, it's
okay. So turnips.
Oh God.
I think either way, mess hall hours was an hour ago, so we all ate and we're just standing there in the doorway while Alvin is getting seconds.
So here's the short version of the long. Okay, the door gets kicked open by Rin. Get out.
But they said
I just grab Alvin by the hand. And let's go. I'll make you some tea. But as we like pass the door and see Ren, it was just recently. I was, hey Ren, do you remember that like eyeglass thing that you had? Do you have an extra one that I could take with us?
Yeah. Hold on. Reaches him back. And pulls out one that is somewhat creased by his storing it under his belt or in his belt, and then hands it to you, kind of like snaps, sticks his fingers in there and kind of stretches it all the way. Here you go.
Thank you.
This is not mine. You're going to return it. It's one of the scouts. Okay, all right, that's fine then.
Whose is it?
It's one of the scouts. It's a personal acquisition.
Well, if it's theirs, I should give it back to them.
The society gives and takes.
Okay.
We can make others. It just takes resources.
Okay. Yeah. She like puts a little sigil down on it just to make sure that she gets the right one to return.
You have more than one? You have more than one?
Something along the way. She has an yeah.
All right, that's fine.
All right. Rin then walks outside, waits for the 6 of you to eventually join, and there you see a wagon, the same wagon that had taken you to Arunde, a 6-day trip. Keep in mind, in Evandale, 1 week is actually only 6 days, not 7. And then if there's any last requests before you go, now's the time to make them. Cool. The week passes. It's the same shit as before. At least in the first time, you got to see 4 nations and the change of foliage and temperature drop as you begin to head up north. This time, it's like every single day is something different, something that's the exact fucking same thing. It's not interesting. At the end of the 6 days, now that the cold has finally come, The carriage stops at the border. It does not venture in, which is how Karl and Aldred got there initially. So it stops there. The driver is, "This is as far as we can go. I wish you luck on your journeys." Exiting, hops down, comes to the back, and helps you out with your luggage, dropping it out in front of you. "I wish you the best of everything." And gets up on the driver's seat, gets the horses, and immediately starts turning it around.
So, which way, Karl?
Well, before we go, and he reaches into his pack and he pulls out what seems to be just like string with a little baggie attached to it, leather. It's got a little bit of hair sticking out of it, and he puts it around Alvin's neck. "This will protect you. Follow me." And Alvin's going to start leading the way towards the trail that we're going to take into this underground civilization.
A full 2 days passes. Easily 50 miles inland behind enemy lines. The frozen terrain, just an expanse. The moonlight at night, revealing any shapes that might be moving out there. There is scarce. But as you begin to approach the foothills in the northeast portion of Yurunde, as you get closer to Erhold, activity, lights, life, in this a stark contrast against this barren landscape. Snow constantly pelting you in the face, harshening skin, causing redness and dryness and cracking, until finally you are within distance of Karl. I'm assuming you were leading them to where?
Well, the hope is to get to the section where we got the narrowest of corridors.
So that would be the east section of the city. The city itself, carved out of the living rock. It seems like the foothills themselves simply served as a canvas against which the rune giants would make their home. When you finally arrived, however, you can see that there are some parts of this walled city, this walled capital of this country, that are not of rune giant origin. Underneath it all, a massive wall on the eastern side, definitely of giant proportions. The blocks themselves that make up the wall just completely too large for any medium-sized humanoid to ever be able to convey. It very clearly, that wall was constructed by them, but underneath that you can see the smaller bricks, those that humanoids would be able to handle, even with machinery. And then, Karl, you can see one lone, might have been a goat trail in days past, that leads down, winding in between hills. Your instinct takes you. I need you to make a survival check.
Oh boy. Cool. Let's roll it. Oh, 3.
It's
Even if
a hill.
I use my tome, I don't think that's going to be any much better.
Let's use your tome. Is there
It's a 6.
The snow pelting you in the face, blinding your eyes. You're not able to read your book at this particular moment. What conditions can you create for yourself to improve your circumstance? Jesus Christ.
Frenell, can you give him some tea or something? He's looking a little rough,
Just, do we have the little friend in the jar? Maybe it can point in a direction. The snow is getting blinding over here.
I hand him an eagle eye elixir.
Oh.
And no, never mind. I don't. It won't help in this case. No, I hand it to him.
Okay.
I say this can help you see things far away and also close up.
Will it help me find the correct path? Because that's what we're trying to do right now, yeah?
No, it won't do that, no.
I'll hold this for later then.
So
well, okay, you can have it.
No take backsies, it's mine.
You do notice that the blizzard in this area is obscuring most detail. Perhaps with the leather tube, that magical thing that somebody had claimed, you might be able to use that in conjunction with your elixir.
For now, didn't you have that?
I do have a lens. How does the? Well,
very good.
I'm unfamiliar with the elixir. How does this work? Do we pour it on?
No, you drink it. It's an elixir. It's in the name. You.
Oh.
Well, I guess it's not in the name, but you do drink it.
And he's gonna hand the elixir over to Frenell. Yep. Let me know what you see.
But shouldn't you be the one to? You were doing such a great job guiding. Oh. She's very nervous about getting it wrong.
You got it.
I don't here. But
if both of you are concerned about how well you're performing out here, Karl, give me a description of what you're looking for, and perhaps I could look through the tube and see what's going on.
Absolutely. Right? So we are looking for, right now, the track that we are following is barely used. It is only a small goat's trail. We are looking for a bit of a marble wall that will lead downwards, but marble snow is a bad combo for my eyeball.
Do you think there would be torches lighting it from inside, or is it so rarely used that there wouldn't be any torches?
I don't think there would be, but luck may be with us.
Perfect. Looking for a daisy in a snowstorm. Right, hand it over.
I think Zora should drink the elixir, Alvin says helpfully.
I mean, I don't mind. And also I have a sunrod, so there's always light. It's never dark for you. If you want it, you can have it. There's some teeth marks on.
Karl, what did you just hand over?
The eagle eye elixir.
The elixir. So Thessalia now has the elixir. Okay. And
but then I hand the lens.
And Thessalia has the leather tube.
Yep.
So why would it be helpful if I drank the elixir?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just daydreaming.
Thessalia, what are you doing?
I guess I will drink the elixir and look through the tube and look for this marble archway.
You do.
Snowstorm.
So, the first thing that you notice is that the wind seems to have kicked up. Peering your face or peeling your face away from the tube just for a second, you take a look around you. What you initially saw was an absolute blizzard. These are the conditions over there. Still some about half-mile away. You regain your focus to it, and now you begin to, you come into it, and the combination of the two, the elixir and the tube, you begin to see the grain of the rock wall itself. You peer off to the right and off to the left, and now you can see the mortar that had bound them all together. And then finally you manage to focus in, understanding you are coming in at such a microscopic level that now you take a look at a gate. A portcullis, wooden, beams easily the size of a person's thigh. A strong one at that. Each of them about 15 feet high. and cross beams to go across. This, of course, matches Karl's description of what had been expected. When you peer through that, there you can see the small doorway in between, or excuse me, beyond. And you see a couple of shifting individuals within. But for the most part, that area seems empty. Those individuals within simply putting in barrels and then coming back out. The portcullis then lifting and other things then leaving, and whatever the portcullis then drops again. So it seems like your main focus is, how do you get the portcullis to open up again? It apparently opens up for deliveries. And will you encounter anyone else? That's what you see.
Yeah, so I will probably reflexively almost just like looking through the thing, just start yelling out what she sees. Like she's in a crow's nest on a ship, yelling down. Like, that's cool. Aldred, you'd probably have to like translate, because she's giving just like, it's about 5-6 degrees off the port side of where we're facing. Probably about few more miles, 5-6 miles to go, perhaps. Kind of like you see the thing tilt down, tilt back up. No, scratch that. 3 miles to go. There's a few individuals scurrying around in there. Looks like deliveries. We'll have to find a way in. Zora, you'll probably be the best one for that. Sneaking in and blending in and shite.
Are there active deliveries now?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I could hitch a ride.
Perfect. Kind of like sets the tube down, like hands it off to somebody that isn't there.
It's me,
like,
and I just
holds it out.
Like just fucking reflexively, like we're on the ship.
Thank you, Stormy. And she just starts going in the direction.
Oh, where are you going? I thought you said I was the lizard for the job. Where are you going?
We still have.
Well, we've all got to get closer.
Is that what you said? What did she say, Aldred? What was
3 miles this way? I just point in the direction based on the degrees that she was talking.
For the sake of advancing the scene, the blizzard pelts each of your right-hand sides, the wind coming down, almost bouncing off of the mountains in the distance, until finally you can feel all the charred, almost seared flesh from the cold coming down at you. Thankfully, your winter equipment is protecting you, so we don't need to roll any kind of an environmental thing. But nonetheless, it is quite a journey. Tromping through snow. Tromping, brand new word. Cool. Going through the snow. Tromping through the snow. Your feet ahead of you.
That's a tromp if I've ever heard one.
There's no patrols. So it's a tromp. TROMPH. I'm coining it right now.
You missed the opportunity to actually make it automatopoeic and have the sound be tromp.
God damn it! I was so fucking eager. I was just I really tried.
Steve.
It's like tromping. New word, courtesy of Steve. Fuck you, Dan. Anyhow, so. You finally make it about 3 miles in, hanging back just a little bit to observe the scene. The portcullis comes down. It's nighttime. Most everyone else has retreated inside of the walls. Rune giants standing on top, as tall as they are, 15 feet or so, miniaturized by the size of the walls under them upon which they now walk. Gazing out upon a barren wasteland, looking for that occasional enemy, just in case. Of course, you are that enemy. How do you plan on getting in under that wall to that portcullis gate without being noticed?
Alvin is looking for any mud that could be used to camouflage with, but
All frozen, my friend.
damn, we're out of options.
Completely ignoring that, I go to Thessalia. So you're saying just regular deliveries, correct? Okay. So we wait for the next one. I slip underneath, hold on, go inside, find a side entrance, maybe let everybody in, and then we sneak to the corridors.
Alvin is already designing a bomb as a distraction.
I think that might be the best option if it's going to be a little bit slow. Painfully slow, might I add.
Yeah, I don't see us
looking at Alvin.
A side entrance.
Oh, he's definitely
an
assembling a
underground
firebomb.
I don't think that there's a side entrance either, but maybe somebody has to see what's happening on the inside. Maybe I could take out.
Did you see anyone coming back out? Did you see anyone coming back out? Perhaps you could ride in on one and then ride back out and let us know.
Everyone give me perception.
Yep.
I am looking for 20 and above.
I got it's fucking 20 plus 6, 26.
Good.
24.
24.
Oh, baby, nat 20.
There we go.
What's your total?
No, that was someone else's nat 20, I think.
What's yours?
Zora.
There it goes.
Okay, 20s and above. What do we have?
Nah.
Yeah, well, all you have to do is
15.
raise your hand if it's 20 or above. 1, 2, cool. So, Karl, Zora, the two of you notice about 500 feet over on the right-hand side through the blizzard. You kind of guard yourself a little bit. It's a very long distance away, but fortunately, the moonlight is beginning to open up things, and you can see a little bit. There seems to be a cart over on the right side that has been abandoned, just left there, slowly collecting snow. It was put there from the latest delivery. No one is coming back for it.
You thinking what I am thinking?
I was going to say this reminds me of that time back in 942, you know?
We're going undercover.
Yes, we are. The boys are back.
Team Merchant, here we go. Gnomes, follow us to the cart. You will be what we call cargo.
I hand a firebomb to Thessalia and say, hey, this is a firebomb. You can use it as a distraction. And I
don't think we'll be needing this. Why don't you hold on to it?
Okay,
just in case shit gets hairy.
Well, I thought you were a real one, but I'll hold on to it.
So Frenell and
You want Frenell wrapping herself up in a blanket? It just,
Alvin, yes, wrap yourselves up. Pretend that you are cargo. You are packages of goods. And Thessalia, Aldred, you are caravan guardians, and we will be merchants, and we will just let ourselves in.
You guys are now making your move towards it?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the perfect situation for that silver tongue elixir, but for now has it, I believe.
We're not dealing with what's in your character's mind. We're only dealing with what we can all see.
My character loves this plan.
All right.
It's perfect.
So
y'all are perfect.
What is your thought, Aldred?
Does everyone here speak Jotun?
No.
Shit.
Alvin goes, I'm a package.
I mean, I do. I'll still be a guard, but
Yeah, you can do the talking. If worst case scenario, I will whisper in your ear what to say if you run out of ideas.
excellent.
It'll need that.
Shut your mouth, Tess.
which of you is going to tie the whole scene together, describe what everyone else is doing, so that we can, so we have a good idea?
That would be Karl.
All right.
Okay.
What do you got?
So after we dig out the cart, we will put the gnomes in blankets wrapped up nice and tight. They are now cargo. Zora and myself will pull the cart, and then Aldred and Thessalia will be on our left and right as caravan guards. They will look very scary, and then Aldred will step forward and hopefully talk to anyone who tries to stop us from getting in.
The plan goes off as planned up to the point someone needs to talk. You manage to get the cart up there. Winds again, violently, wishing that they could rip the flesh off of your bones. Nonetheless, Thessalia and Aldred, just on the other sides of the two drivers, Karl and Zora. Alvin and Frenell safely ensconced in the back of the cart. Someone calls down.
What are you doing?
You hear that in Jotun.
We're delivering goods, supplies for the conclave.
It's past the hour.
Well, we were late by the storm.
What is your cargo?
What did he ask?
What is your cargo?
I said food.
Oh. Open the gate!
Upon the mention of food, the portcullis now begins to rise up. A creaking sound, apparently. Now, bringing the portcullis up. You guys still... Apparently it needs a lot of DW40. Either way, you guys now have an entryway in. Fuck sound effects I've never used before.
At least it wasn't lasers.
It wasn't. Pew, pew.
Oh my God,
the portcullis just falls over, drops down. So you guys are able to.
Oppenheimer at first.
Aldred, do me a favor. Give me a diplomacy, please. This is going to be with fortune, please. Keep your highest.
Where is diplomacy?
It's under the hand icon on Foundry. That's going to be your proficiency.
I see it. All right.
And tell her what you got.
10.
Yeah, a total of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, it's food. It's fine. We got this. You understood that so through that interaction, it was a little bit of skepticism on their part before they opened up the gate. However, you understood that, okay, so you learned something. Food is a motivator for them. That can come in handy later. They are not particularly concerned about security right now, which probably lets you know that whatever lies beyond is heavily secured. And anybody delivering food at this point probably needs a way to deliver the food inside. And so there may be more than one entry point beyond the portcullis. One that leads into the city for the deliveries, the other one that leads to the other place. And sure enough, when you guys finally get inside, you can see that there is in fact a large carved stone staircase that leads directly up. We're talking rune giant size. This thing is immense. And then, almost unnoticed, over there in the corner, not adorned by any torches whatsoever, a couple of footprints just in through the drifts of snow that have made it into this area. They lead to a small side passage. Most everyone else in this area has already fucked off, carrying barrels and other things into other areas. You guys are in here by your lonesome, and the portcullis now close behind you.
I'm a package.
You did very good. I have a feeling that perhaps I should sneak on ahead and look around for traps that may be out for unsuspecting busybodies.
I think that's a good idea. Yes.
Agreed.
Okay.
Well, if that elixir's still working, it should help you see traps too.
Let's
It
just
lasts
say
about an hour.
let's just say I have tenure in this sort of thing.
Fair
We'll
enough.
save that for a rainy day. I'll be right back. And you see Zora sort of like shimmer into like a more stone kind of or tundra kind of color because she's unseen lizard folk. And she's gonna go scout ahead and just look for traps in the area, see if there's anything that they need to not walk near.
Describe how you plan on looking. So first off, let me describe the scenario. When you come in to this little side passage, you're going around a little bit on the right-hand side, a rock, okay, which kind of obscures you from everyone else. It's just a natural stone that happens to be there. And the passageway itself seems to have been hewn out of the rock. So it's a slight domed archway, and it is barely medium-sized, barely humanoid-sized, or medium person-sized. Okay, lizard folk-sized. The ground beyond you is, it's dirt, but it's frozen dirt. The cold temperatures still obviously penetrate this area. The snow, not so much. But you can still see that crystallization of whatever moisture is in the area still clings to the walls tenaciously. When you go down further, you're not getting the impression that there's any real mechanical devices here. But, of course, there could be magical. Which, given the rarity of that which you seek, they probably trapped this entire area heavily. No. I'll do it for you.
Sure you will. Can't wait.
I don't like the way you said that, Steve.
I love the way he says it, and it sucks.
Don't get me wrong. The voice is gorgeous.
I'm just trying to find... Oh, there's Zora. Okay. I couldn't find Zora initially.
That's because I was unseen.
Yeah, you're very good. But I'm double clicking on your character and I can't... I'm not coming up with anything. There we go. So there's your perception check. Let's see what you got.
I don't know if I did it right. There is a trap finder button on encounters that I had checked.
Oh, yeah, I have it. It came up and it was a +1 that was added to your check.
Beautiful.
As you go through the hallway, looking down on the ground here and there, frozen dirt underneath your feet, hewn stone walls on either side out of the living bedrock. As far as you can tell, there's nothing wrong with this.
Okay. So, all right. I was gonna role play it, but I'm gonna come back and, as far as I can tell, there's nothing wrong with this. But maybe watch your head, Aldred, in particular.
The path is very little taken. Perhaps we don't expect anybody to be here. We are safe. Let's go!
Alvin, in the meantime, is checking out his vial to see if it's doing anything funky.
Yes, in fact, you take out your vial and you can see it's up against one side. When you turn it around, it kind of shifts to always be facing in that one direction.
Huh. And I show it to the rest of the group after making that exact noise.
Doesn't that stuff sort of attract to very powerful things? Magical things?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest you took it with you, but I forgot.
Well, I mean, I could... It's probably fine, but maybe if you would like, you could stand in front with it, or Tess, you can stand in front with yours, and kind of like lighthouse style, go back and forth. And if it's attracting to one side, then we know maybe there's a trap.
Or we could each stand on either side of you and use it to triangulate the position of a magical item. No.
That sounds scientific, and I am okay with that, but we should probably go before somebody walks by.
Aye, and we should go quietly and swiftly. I can take point with a little vial.
You do. And as you move forward down the narrow passageway, each of you are beginning to notice an eerie kind of presence beyond. It causes, in the weak of heart anyway, a little bit of hesitancy. The earth itself begins to hum under your feet. The stone walls, though solid, seem to reverberate with that same hum, speaking an unknown language of what lies beyond. I need everyone here to make a will save.
Dirty 20.
Nat 20 for a 26.
10. Damn.
Nat 20 for a 25.
Fuck yeah.
19.
I'm not sure I clicked the right button.
Frenell?
19.
19.
Oh, I got a 10. I did click the right button.
Alvin and Aldred. What lies beyond is enticing. There's all sorts of possibility from over there. It rings out first as a tinnitus and then as a welcoming tone. Congratulations. Your home is something that you begin to feel. There's an odd sense of comfort that comes from beyond. For those of you that got 20 and above, you fully understand that there is a preternatural lure that coming from beyond that passageway, roughly hewn, at some points crouching down uncomfortably. The entire portion of it is uncomfortable. Thessalia, your senses ringing to you. Something here is wrong. Frenell, you see others beginning to react as I've described, or however they choose to take it. And you got a what?
19.
You understand that danger lurks beyond, but it doesn't pose the threat that you're beginning to read off of the micro-expressions and body language of those that surround you. It's there. You understand it. Maybe you'll still give it some caution. But as you step beyond the passageway and into a vast rectangular chamber, you notice it's very odd. Everything about this place doesn't exactly speak of warmth. Instead, it speaks of danger. Your breath catches in your throat. The icy air is still, but the silence is broken only by the soft whispers of meditating cultists scattered throughout the room. The chamber is a labyrinth of nonsensical constructions, a testament to the madness that the oblong object in the middle has brought. Stairs ascend into the high, icy ceiling, but they lead nowhere. Purposeless buildings stand like silent sentinels, their entrances leading to solid walls. A dais on the northern wall ends abruptly before four tooth-like protrusions, their purpose equally unknown. Elevated walkways crisscross the chamber, leading from nowhere to nowhere, their purpose as enigmatic as those within. And in the center of the chamber, where that oblong object rests, A bizarre stone stage rises from an icy floor. Upon it rests a twisted, bone-like sculpture of a four-pointed star within the large square frame. The sculpture, about 45 feet wide, was an eerie sight, its form seeming to warp and twist with each passing second. And in its center lies that oblong object, about the size of a forearm, glowing with an eerie bluish light. The object emits two kinds of light, however, a bright cyan beam that revolves like a lighthouse, its light warping the nonsensical constructions all around this vast rectangular chamber with each pass, and an overall glow that bathes the chamber in a soft but otherworldly light. As your eyes adjust to the strangeness, you notice a figure standing near the oblong object. It seems to be the leader of them all. Every now and then, a cadence of scripture being recited by that being that others would then pronounce together. And as you watch, they reach into their pouch at their side and they pull out a small amount of something that clings tenaciously to their finger, dancing around it as well. Alvin, give me a perception check.
It's under attributes.
It's under proficiencies.
Yeah. Oh, I have a quick menu for things like this.
Good for you.
Because I'm such a slow boy.
I understand.
No, I clicked it and it didn't go, so maybe I clicked this perception, because there are two perceptions.
You don't notice it, but what did you roll in case?
Oh, I rolled a
6?
A 2.
A what?
A 6 in total.
Yeah, in total a 6.
Yeah, I rolled a 2.
Perhaps others then need to roll.
Yeah, I'm just smitten by this room. This is a lovely room.
You're completely distracted by it nonetheless.
Yeah, it's
Zora
really
with an 11.
Interesting.
I rolled 20.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the numbers to now come up. Aldred with a 20. I see that. Thessalia with a 16. Karl with an 11. Frenell also with an 11. Aldred, do with this information as you wish, but you silently witness something. The individual that is just south of that middle area, let me zoom in for you. Come here, you. This one here holds its hand high, and around it, you can't tell if it's a piece of leather or if it's makeup, but a black object that reminds you of the contents of the vial, wrapping itself around the finger, extended out towards the object.
Yeah, immediately that's what I thought was going on. So, they have the liquid, they have the stuff. It's all on their hands. I think.
They have the juice?
It's the juice. The black juice. The weird stuff. The normal liquid.
So
Alvin makes sure his beard is up because he knows he's about to do some war crimes, probably.
Keep in mind that while this beam goes passes over things, it is warping the very stone itself, possibly being the one thing that have been responsible for staircases that lead nowhere and stone that seems to have more melted into its current position than not. The beam begins to circle around towards you as you enter into this area once more.
Oh, I try and stay out of that beam, buddy. Yeah.
You are now in charge of each of your tokens on the map. And you're aware when the beam is coming your way. You're able to see it. You also understand that there are certain walls in this area. Meanwhile, two beings stand on the walls in front of you, shifting uneasily as they stand there, and pay attention to the leader just south of that middle area. The beam passing past some of you. Frenell, for a brief moment, you felt something occur to... What are you wearing on your head?
A nice warm hat, for one. She tends to like stick flowers in her hair, and she feels like something kind of like shake. It's like, oh wait, there's no wind in here, and like kind of like looks up, and there's like blossoms that are just completely missing.
Indeed. And falling down at your feet, you can see crystalline glass in the shape of those flowers.
Steve, I'm gonna need you to move my token. I'm having trouble.
You got it. Yep, I'll put you in a nice safe place.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Guys, like, look, and I'm like, Frenell's whispering, look down here. You see those pieces of glass? That was the flowers in my hair. The light hit them. I didn't duck fast enough. The light hit them, and they fell off, and they were turned to glass.
Okay.
Upon looking at that, Tess is gonna like wait for a cycle, and then as the light like leaves their area, she's gonna poke her head back up and look at the two closest individuals and try and determine, are they also crystalline?
They are not.
They safe?
They are moving every now and then, kind of shifting uneasily, but they are definitely very much alive. So are the other four individuals that are around this area, moving every now and then in time with whatever incantations or mantra the leader down below seems to be emitting.
Can we hear what language they're speaking in?
Oh yes, you do. It reverberates off of these crystalline walls, and it is not comfortable. It's nothing intelligible that you're able to pick up on. It's no language that you certainly understand, but that doesn't exclude you from the chance of trying. How do you want to make this happen?
So Frenell does not know. Hey, so perfect timing. Zora, do you still have a piece of paper and a pen or something to write with? Because Frenell remembers that you wrote the notes down before.
I think so. Yes. Yeah.
And so Frenell, thinking back to all the time she's read of books, even though it wasn't in a language she understood, she loves just trying to figure things out, and so she tries to kind of like sound it out and write down what she's hearing, because she recognizes that it's something different, so she just tries to sort of like transliterate it into a language that she understands.
Sure, that's possible.
Alvin has a piece of chalk in his pack, and he wants to draw a square on the wall where the light will hit it, but not while the light is out. He's curious if the square will become something else.
You do. You don't exactly notice that anything really changes. When the light hits it, it's more the stone itself kind of bends just a little bit. While the light hits it, it almost turns into like a viscous ooze. And then when the light passes, it re-solidifies into stone.
Guys, and I'm whispering, guys, I don't like this very much anymore. And I'm looking at my little vial to see what that's doing.
It's stuck to one side. No matter where you move it, granted, you are at some distance away from the center of this chamber, where this oblong object is on top of this this odd stage, if you will. But it always seems to be focused just on that one area. Meanwhile, Frenell, trying to transliterate something, hears the following. First, give me a perception check, and that will determine how much of it you're able to make out.
Okay. 25.
Nice.
Should I add academic lore? No, just kidding.
You're good. I mean, you got it, dude. This was like a perception check. You are so good right now. You're the queen of perception, so you got this. Right. All right, you ready?
This is what I do for a living.
This is totally what you do for a living. You're like, everyone, yo, shut up, fuck up. Mm-hmm. Ashagat Nogzule Shotnotetniks Quarkolar Nagol Rinlaidafrek Minyar Gasul Kutalaklathrak. And then he repeats it. Nasalanakre Zothamanilkar. And then it continues in the same fashion.
Frenell notes out of character that was not repeated. That was not the first word that was said the first time. Because the first time you said Zadam, and the second time you said Nazara.
Nazara is what you heard.
You also, I will say, also out of character, you did say some Arabic there. Like, it wasn't much intelligible, but you did have a few words in a row that were Arabic, and that was pretty cool.
La.
Frenell has no idea what this means, and it's just kind of like sitting there, just continuing to transcribe.
You each have heard this, and when you heard this, those of you that had rolled a poor will save earlier.
I knew it.
When that is uttered again, you're picking up on the importance of those sounds. They hit you deep. This person very clearly knows what it is that they're talking about. And it's very clear that they are in control of this entire situation. And now they're calling you for action. You need to find out a little bit more about what's happening. Perhaps by getting closer to the glowing mass in the middle.
I hand my vial to Zora.
Do you?
And I look...
I do. For what reason would you have to do that?
Because I'm going to walk right up there, baby.
That may be, but the vial itself, is that such a concern when very clearly the contents of the vial want to make it to the middle of the room?
Gosh, you know, I hadn't considered that, and now I'm thinking I should really hold on to it. Let me just scoot a little closer. maybe... Can I ping where I want to go?
No, because no one would have the ability to know where you're going. Yeah.
Oh, darn it, I moved me. It worked that time.
You did. It was moved. However, what are the rest of you doing?
I slowly say I need to get a closer look. I'll be right there.
Oh, no, you don't, Stormy. Stormy, you
And
stay
I
here.
start walking.
I reach out and try to like hold on, like grab his arm and yank him back.
And this is when we enter into initiative. So 1 second, and all of your goodness will be rolled for you. Nice and quick. This is all usually perception based. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, Zora, you've been watching everything with a good amount of, well, let's just say you're keeping an eye on things. And I say that because you have the upper hand in this case. We're not yet going to begin because there was one person who's actually said something. Thessalia, you said, no, you're not. You get to go first.
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to reach out and kind of like grab Aldred's arm or like hem of his coat or something and pull him back. Absolutely.
Give me, so here's what's going to happen. Aldred, give me a fortitude save, and Thessalia, give me an athletics check.
Was there a reason why you said, Zora, that you have an advantage?
Yeah, because you're beginning to watch everything. However,
21.
Thessalia just moved beforehand. All right,
okay.
So Aldred rolled a 21. Thessalia, with an athletics check for the grapple, gets a 25. Aldred, you held in place by Thessalia. I don't think anyone else was going to take or pronounce any kind of a physical action. Zora, you have one action before we actually begin the encounter.
Yeah, I want to, I think it's called hold on, it's called quick identification? No, not that one. It's called, what's it called? I can identify a person, and then that type of person is flat-footed to me.
We're gonna need the exactitudes.
Okay. I literally just saw it on my character sheet. I'm having trouble.
Then it's going to have to be next turn that it actually comes into being, if you're okay with that.
Ah, got it. Nope. I don't have it. Sure, I'll hold.
Okay, you got it. Not a problem. Yeah, you totally hold it. Not a problem. We now begin. Zora now is in the beginning. So Zora, when you go to insert yourself into anything, you get to go when at the point of insertion, but then your initiative order will then be adjusted. The question here is whether or not anybody on the wall here noticed what was going on behind them. So, Thessalia, is it fair to say that you were trying to be stealthy during this time?
Yes, the entire time.
Give me a stealth check.
Stealth.
Yep. That's
Maybe not so stealthy.
That's a 12. So let's
Instead of no, you're not getting closer, it's Stormy, you bastard, get back here.
All right. Well, let's find out what they say. That is a hold on, I rolled the secret by accident. That is a 21. That cultist turns around and is very curious what the fuck you guys are doing here. Immediately hops down into the pit, going to go here, and then sees Aldred also coming this way. Hold on. I think they're going to modify their path here, and we're going to go this way, and then we're going to go straight over here. This is going to be an attack with a you know what, fuck it. They turn around, they see interlopers, interact, action, thrown dagger over to you. That is going to be Aldred. Let's get you a target over here, and let's see what happens.
Ooh.
That is a nat 20.
Yowza.
That dagger is going to hit you. That's going to be piercing damage. Triple damage. You also, oh my God, it got you right in the chest. It's a heart shot. I'll show this to you guys. It's a heart shot. Oh, fuck. Hold on.
Nice.
Aldred, you're going to take that, and you're going to take triple. 3 times. Well, no. You're only going to take. Hold on. Let's roll the damage first. That is going to be a base of 6, which is going to be a total of 18 points of damage for the triple. And then you're going to get a 1d4 bleed on you on top of that. So you will continue to lose 2 hit points per turn until you are actually healed. Someone needs to engage in that. Now, that could be first aid, that could be a healing elixir, or anything along those lines.
Could be chat.
What's that?
Could be chat.
It is. It's Victor. Yeah. Hold on. Victor. You got to let us know who. You got to type in who that's going to. So Victor just cashed in 5,000. Thank you, Apple. Just cashed in 5,000. It is Aldred, indeed. Victor, do you want me to roll for you? That's going to be a well, no, actually, just bang D10 or exclamation point D10, and that'll be the amount of damage that is healed. Oh shit! We also got rated. Itty bitty Brett rating us for a total of 7. So Aldred, since it is your go and we just received a raid, it works the exact same way as someone who follows. You get advantage on your next roll, whatever that is. So, nice. Or in Pathfinder 2e parlance, you then get fortune. Let's see. I see some familiar faces. Hello, familiar faces. I hope that we know you back. Who do we have here? 6. So that is 6 points of damage that has been given back to you. And there you go. You weren't back up to 20. How much damage did you take?
I think that I forgot to rest because we were there for 3 more days, right?
Yeah.
So I should have been at full health. I was at 17 though.
You were at 17. Okay, so wow.
But I should have been at 20.
Yes, you should have been at 20. Okay, so 7, 8, 9. So Aldred, you were at 20. You currently have, well, what does everyone else see before we progress?
I see a bunch of...
No, I'm talking about Aldred, who just took all that damage.
Oh, okay.
What does everyone else see of Aldred's condition? And mind you, this one just threw, so he's still over there. What do we see?
So I guess first my question is am I still in a haze for this thing, or did that knock me out of it?
No, it didn't knock you out of it. It's still there, but you can interpret that however you want. You took damage while still in that haze.
Yeah, so I just took a dagger to the chest. And immediately I just try to rip it out of myself. That's probably why I'm bleeding out.
Yeah. Might be.
And
stupid bastard.
Now I'm glaring down this fucking dude who threw the dagger at me.
And that one is now going to make its way over to you for a moving along.
I get an attack of opportunity when he comes within range of me. Since I have 10-foot reach on the glaive, that is my question.
Oh shit! Yes, because you have the glaive, and yes, it is actually passing through a threatened square. It's taking a move action through a threatened square. Yep, go ahead. You get the attack.
Also, I'd like to go after this, please.
You got it.
I just need to remember how to attack.
Yep. Go to your actions. Yeah, you got it. All right, cool.
Yeah. And target him. And
describe your attacks. Let's hear what you got.
Well, I'm completely stumbled as he's running up, so I'm just flailing.
Okay. And, all right. You go to attack. What did you roll?
I rolled a 10.
You mean an 11?
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I did math wrong. 11.
Yeah, all right. So you got 11. So you missed by 6. We don't have any hype trains or anything like that, so it is exactly what it is. It is a swing and a miss. However, it is now also your turn.
Okay, well, I'm coming after him.
You got it. Yep. Go ahead. Do whatever you need to while you are figuring out your 3 actions that you have. Zora, you are on deck. Frenell, you are after Zora. Aldred, describe your attack.
All right, I'm trying to catch my bearings. I come back in with 14.
Primary attack misses by 3, swinging over. This person inside of this mask, it just like dives down a little bit, like crouches down underneath the glaive swing.
I'm keeping everything close to my chest because I'm bleeding out.
Yep.
So I'm just like staying in, and I'm going to swing at him again.
Okay.
Damn.
Missed by 7. You rolled a 2 for a total of 10. Also not good at all. You still have 1 action left. What would you like to do?
I am going to I guess I'm going to attack him again.
Okay.
I'm just kind of in a frenzy.
Yeah, I gotcha. That's a 13. Not as bad as some of the other ones.
Yeah.
Your mind is fatigued. You manage to swing. It just goes over the head. It's almost like you're going through the motions. Unfortunately, you are now done. Zora, you're up. Frenell, you're on deck, and then one of them goes after Frenell. Zora?
Okay, I found it. It's the mastermind feat. If I successfully identify a creature using recall knowledge, that creature is flat-footed against my attacks until the start of my next turn. And if I crit succeed, it's for a full minute.
You got it. Give me a recall knowledge. What do you feel would work in this instance?
I'm gonna say recall knowledge.
Or society. You can do a recall knowledge society as well.
Okay, I was gonna say occultism or society, so I'll do society at the same time.
Yeah, occult. Okay, yeah, whichever one works best for you.
That is a 12.
Moving just like a human.
Is that considered a success?
Yes, for these purposes.
Okay, so it's flat-footed.
Okay, you got it.
And then for my second action, I'm going to run up here, seeing that Aldred's like really fucking struggling. I'm a flank, so I think that's flat-footed too. Maybe, I don't know how that works. And I'll say, "It's okay, buddy. You can get back into it." And I'm gonna swing with my short sword.
Okay, now you are down at some level. It's going to have the advantage. The wall is at a higher level than where you are currently. So chances are you're going to want to hop up on that wall, which is going to require an athletics move or just a move action.
Okay.
You can swing at its legs, its ankles, its calves. I don't want to prohibit you, just letting you know that.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. I think that'll still count towards the set. Will
Sure.
I still be able to hit if I get it? Okay.
I mean,
cool.
yeah, you can still swing at its legs, its calves, etc.
A 10?
Unfortunately not. That is not going to hit.
I'll swing anyways. All right. Oh, that was my athletics
that was
check.
an athletics check. No, it's okay.
Yeah.
If you're going to stay on the ground, then you don't need to do that. Go ahead and roll the hit.
Okay. Okay, that's a 25.
Shit. That is a critical hit by 10. Do you want to do double damage or do you want a card?
I would like to do double damage.
You got it. Double damage being applied to it. Can you please describe what's happening right now?
Yeah, so Zora kind of sees that Aldred's struggling and she goes, hold on. And I scoot up and I slide up and then I assess and go all right, we got this. And I swing underneath the kneecaps and I say just like this, Aldred, just right on through.
So, well, you try to do that, and that's almost exactly what you do, except that it appears to be some armor on the back of its legs, disallowing you from really doing any kind of significant damage. However, you can tell that your blade, having returned with the color of red, did, in fact, some damage.
Cool.
With that, all 3 of your actions now spent. Frenell, we go over to you. and then over to one of them, and then Frenell.
Yeah, so Frenell's looking up, and she's trying to figure out how she can get closer to this this creature, this because she doesn't know it's humanoid yet, but this creature without being seen by the light. So she tries to get up close to this wall, and I assume that this little bit is where like she can climb up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very short. She's trying to get closer.
Yep, not a problem.
And she uses what's it called? Tanglefoot to attempt to knock the creature off of the ledge and down to where other people can fight it.
Oh shit. Okay, and Tanglefoot is one of your cantrips, right?
Correct.
Okay, not a problem. I believe
it's DC 16 for saving.
It's well, you have to make the attack first. It's a spell attack.
Okay, so let me go over to spell casting, and then Tanglefoot. Oh, I should probably double right click on them first. Tanglefoot, and then attack.
Yep, exactly. Oh, 24. Is that 19? It is. It's a 24. Oh, you hit by 9. Yeah, absolutely. You absolutely hit. Not a problem whatsoever. That is going to be a success. So it's going to take a negative 10. A negative 10 foot circumstance penalty to any of its actions, and it needs to attempt an escape. An escape skill check against your spell DC, which is a 24 to remove the penalty. So at this point, we're going to say it is Is it immobilized? Well, it's at a negative 10. So
only with critical success.
Yeah. So it is all right. Yeah. So it can't move 25. Instead, it can move 15. So it's going to be slow. So yeah, describe how everyone else sees this effect manifest.
So Frenell, little tiny creature, just runs up, and she doesn't say anything. She's still trying to be quiet because she hasn't not heard any other sound. It's just this one. So she comes up, and it's like this sticky whip, and she's just like, just sends it out really quick. It just kind of. Still, she's not very tall, so it's just kind of at the knees. She just try to knock it off the ledge, and was that enough to knock it down?
It was not enough because Tanglefoot is going to hold him in place.
Oh, I thought it also had a
No. That's more like hydraulic push, like your first level spell. However, you do have one action left.
That's what the circumstance is. Wait, did the first move not count as a move? I thought it did.
Oh, did it move? Oh, you moved initially?
Because I was right here.
Oh, no, that's fine. I appreciate your honesty. It's okay. Now the other... That's all right. The other cultist is now beginning to realize, hey, shit's going down. But first, let me give it, because these things are in a trance. So let me roll a perception check and see what's up.
I have a proposal for one other thing.
All right. What's your proposal?
Well, Frenell first is looking at the clothing to see if there's something loose on the clothing, and potentially that she could either cut off or just pull. She's looking for something of the clothing. She wants to get a piece.
During the chaos of battle, you begin to examine the other person's clothing. Things are a little bit moving, a little bit too much fluid right now for you to get a good gander. So we're going to wait until next turn for you to be able to receive that info. This one is going to hop down to here, noticing that there is someone down on the ground. Let's see. This is going to be right down into here, launching a dagger attack against poor Alvin, crying out to you in some kind of a foreign language, reaching out with a dagger. It's going to try to... That is going to be a 21. It's going to hit by 3, Alvin. That is going to be a total of 7 points of damage. A dagger, and you hear what appears to be a... What languages do you speak, by the way, Alvin?
Oh, Alvin is common, gnomish, and I believe... Let me check, but it's an esoteric one.
Okay.
Oh, Steve, double check your target too, by the way. I think that last attack went to Aldred.
Did he get it?
The graphics are showing that I got it, but
shit.
I don't see my health going down. So
no, you are correct. It should.
Sylvan.
Thank you, Sylvan. So in a language that is not known to you, it cries out in some kind of like a vile curse against you, like almost as if like how dare you invade us. Let me see if I can apply its damage over here. There you go. There's the 6. Alvin, you or Aldred, you've not received any. You didn't receive any damage, right?
not from any of those, no.
Okay. All right. Cool. It is going to take an additional attack. It swings and it absolutely misses. By this point, Alvin, can you describe how it just critically failed against you?
Oh, absolutely. Alvin is a gnome, as you all know, and if you couldn't tell. And it can be a little awkward fighting someone who's only 3 feet tall. And so he got lucky with that first shot, but that second one, he was stabbing where a normal person would be, like a normal height person. But that's like way above where it just goes right by my cap.
It not only does that, but he ends up like overcompensating, stepping into this direction and ends up stabbing the wall. You hear a high-pitched clink, and the blade itself just shears off of the handle, completely in a broken state.
Did anyone catch what language the guy was speaking?
That's...
We are a little bit busy right now.
So with that is done. Alvin, you're up. Thessalia, you're on deck, and Karl, you are on after that. Alvin, make your 3 moves, please.
Okay, so I'm having a little bit of trouble with Foundry. I'm having trouble getting him.
You tell me what it is that you want to do, and I will make sure it happens.
So what I wanted to do was I actually wanted to, first of all, tell Aldred.
That's a free
and
action.
if I can't stabilize his wounds, I would like to just tell him, we have Cryosera's gift. You know, we've come to witness the fall. We shouldn't be fighting. Because I'm certain that this is an unnecessary fight. I might even throw in a
keep something in mind. Each round is only 6 seconds, and all of this is all happening at the same time. So monologues are not going to be permitted. Okay, but you do have some short communication.
Yeah, well, I try and communicate as much of that as I can. Okay. And then I go for a nice little stab on this guy who I can't see.
Did you have
to rely on you?
Not a problem. Did you by any chance happen to have your dagger drawn?
I definitely did.
Okay, not a problem whatsoever. So you are coming in for a dagger strike. Let's see here. That is going to be a... Wow. So you rolled a 22. You end up hitting by 4. That damage that you are now doing is 3 points of damage to it.
That was also against Aldred.
What? Cultist takes... How is that
Everybody hates Aldred.
Hold on. How was that against Aldred?
It's the graphics on
the
Foundry.
graphics.
Everything is going after me.
Oh, that's fucking weird. I see why. It's because you were targeted as well. That's why. However, it's the proper people are taking it. So I just untargeted you. Is then Alvin? That was your first attack. What's your second one or second action?
My second action, I'm going to produce and ready a tanglefoot bag for next turn.
A tanglefoot bag. Okay, so that is gonna. All right, so that is one action there. Do they have? They do not have an attack of opportunity against you. They don't have that ability. You still have one action left.
I am going to stab again.
You got it. So that is going to be a coming in for, oh my god, that was almost a 20. Unfortunately, you did miss by 8 on that other one. Alvin, it is now Thessalia's turn, and Karl, you're finally on deck. Thessalia?
Perfect. Tess is going to first action enter into Stoked Flame Stance.
Got it.
Just kind of claws.
Okay.
Then she wants to, I want to jump down and attack the cultist that is attacking Alvin.
Okay.
At this, is it possible to do that at the same time, or is it better to?
No, it's a move and then an attack. Yeah, so that'll be all 3 of your actions.
Okay. Yeah, so then I will just jump down and then flurry.
Holy shit, a flurry of blows. Awesome. Yeah, did you target that person?
No.
Yeah, double right click. There you go. Now do your flurry. Let's see what you got. Oh, this is going to be good.
That is last week.
Let's see what you have.
All right.
What'd you get?
I like that. Dirty 20 on the first roll.
Oh, shit. Okay, cool. So for those of you that don't know, flurry of blows make 2 attacks, and the damage is then combined into a single attack, bypassing resistances or whatever a little bit more easily.
I missed with the second with an 8.
Okay.
So I do total of 9 damage to the cultist.
Total of 9 damage being done to it. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Are you sure it was 9 or was it 11? No, it was 9. There you go. All right.
Yeah.
I was going to try for 11, but all right. Thessalia, that's all 3. Karl, you're up at the bottom of round 1. What do you got, my friend?
Okay, so the first thing I want to do is a little thing I like to call exploit vulnerability on these cultists.
Okay.
So I will roll my lore and see what we find out.
Okay, you got it. And describe the so you're trying to find the weaknesses. Your experience with the unknown, as well as the tales you've exchanged. They taught you a little bit of phenomena. Okay, esoteric lore. So you recall knowledge. All right. Unlike the normal lore, you gain dubious. Okay, 3rd level. What is this going to give you that can help you?
So I assume since they're human, they don't have like a mortal weakness, like, werewolves would be weak against silver.
Correct.
But
Correct.
I do have the ability to use a personal antithesis against them, and since they are cultists, I figure I can open my book up to a page about atheism.
Okay.
And just use that as the personal antithesis, which gives me magical attacks and I think +2 damage. Let me double check. Yes, +2 damage plus half my level, so +2 damage.
You know for a fact I'm going to ask you to RP this as you roll those dice.
Sure. Yeah. Let me just. What do you mean? Sorry.
Yeah, you're talking. All right. So you're pulling out So they are cultists, and you're pulling out information about atheism. You're gonna have to roleplay that. Are you muted?
We can't hear you.
You're muted.
Sorry, I forgot that I have to press down a button, so I can't do my hand gestures. So he holds open his book and he just flies through the pages and he stops it at a certain page and he goes, "Read, cultists, read." And the paper just says what if there were no gods? In this essay, I will explain. And so he's holding up the book and he has his scimitar in the other hand and he steps forward to attack the cultist.
Okay, go ahead, dude. That was fun. I was like, guess what, guys? The Earth is round, in fact, and gravity does exist. Yeah, go ahead and make your attack.
So let's go.
You can double right click on it to make it a target if you want.
Oh, sorry, I didn't write the attack. Let me do that first.
You were so eager to do damage. 15. Yeah, unfortunately, that's gonna miss.
I got one more in me. I'll try again.
Okay, go ahead.
No good.
Oh shit! That one also misses by 4. So the cultist, completely stirred by what it was that you were saying, ended up shifting just a little before it came on back, so it can continue to be flanked. And unfortunately, you ended up missing your attacks. I believe that all 3.
That's with 3 actions. The good news is, at least for this entire combat, I will do this against all the cultists. So huzzah for me, I guess. It's the head now.
You're gonna be okay. This cult is lashing out against. It just it turns around and takes a look at Thalia, at Zora. It's none too happy with you. It does not like what you just did to it. And
too bad.
Was it and too bad. So it's now going to attack you with a It's going to use an interact action to pick up the dagger it threw at, or rather to grab the dagger that Aldred pulled out of his chest. Now going to take that and throw it back down at Zora. Zora, that is going to be. He misses by 8. It's not even it's not even a thing. None too happy. Turns around, it tries to smack. Let's see here. That is, oh boy. Tries to smack Aldred. Try throwing him off. Aldred, what is your AC?
18.
It completely fucking fails on that. Aldred, you're up. Zora, you're on deck. Frenell after that.
All right, I've had enough of this.
Describe your actions.
There we go. 27.
Yeah, that is absolutely a crit hit. Double or card?
Let's do double this time.
You got it. Go ahead and roll your damage.
So Aldred is not a, contrary to what some might believe, a rageful person. So he's lost his cool just a little bit. I'm trying. Where do I roll damage at?
Look on the right hand side on the chat.
I see it. Sorry.
It's okay. And you're going for double damage on that?
Yeah. So
got it. Describe how you just did that.
Oh, it killed him.
Oh yeah, it did.
Okay. So he caught his bearings back, and he's so frustrated with himself, and he brings that glaive right down between the shoulder and neck and just cleaves through.
Oh shit. There's not even a moment when the anguish and pain can be expressed, and instead the individual kind of stagnates for a second. Zora, you swear that this dude was about to fall back down onto you, but his knees crumpled underneath him, and he fell down unceremoniously and topples down to the ground on this side. Completely removed from battle. Aldred, you still have 2 actions left.
All right, I'm hopping down here. Well, how far is that?
Don't worry about the jump. That's fine, unless you're talking about distances. Yeah.
I'm hopping down here and jumping in with them.
Alrighty. Your bleed, by the way, how was that healed?
I don't know. Was it healed?
We're not to my turn yet.
Chat.
What's that?
I thought that was automatic. So
Aldred.
Oh, chat. No, the chat did that. That's right. Yeah. Okay.
They saved my bleed.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, okay.
I guess I just took some.
Popped an Advil.
Just took some cloth, like some sailing canvas, out of my bag and stuffed it in the wound real quick.
You can feel as your thumb drives the canvas into your body to stop any kind of bleeding. You can feel your heart kind of like you're going up against the tip of your thumb.
Stuff it back in.
Fuck, just get in there. Aldred, you took an attack. You made your move. You have 1 action left.
I'm coming in at this boy.
All right, let's do it. Describe your attack.
I do that at the map -10, right?
Yeah. No. Map -5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the attacks themselves receive the penalty for each attack you get. Not move actions. That doesn't count towards it.
And is this person flanked? Will I do that?
They are, and they are already flat-footed, so you're good for that.
So I keep higher. Roll with fortune, I mean.
If you have an ability that allows you to do that.
Oh,
yes.
okay. Then never mind.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, that was almost a 19. So you got a 12, you end up missing by 5. Unfortunately, that is the end of your turn. Zora, you're up. Frenell, you're on deck, and then the cultist goes after that.
Okay, you were doing so good, and Zora is going to come down here. Why can I not see anything? Oh, because I'm turned around. Come down here, and oh, there's stairs? Oh, I could have taken the stairs. I'm gonna come up to this cultist here and stab.
All right, you do the stabby. Lots of dice are going to be on the screen because everyone else now realizes that there's some shit going down. They're now going to be involved in combat.
Sure. I fucking missed.
Oh, you missed by 1. Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Yeah, you missed by 1. You still have 2 other. Oh no, you have 1 more action.
All right, I'm gonna fucking punch him.
All right, go ahead. Unarmed.
All right.
Oof.
Nope, I missed that. Zora's done.
Yeah, unfortunately, Frenell, you are now up, and then the cultist goes after you.
Sure. So Frenell is looking over to the one that's fallen. She's still looking at these clothes and wants to get some clothes, but notices that the blue light keeps running over that body, and she said, well, I'm not going over there yet. She sees everybody just they're really close, just kind of jump down. So she jumps down, not very far.
Sure.
And she saw that Aldred and all of his wonderful might was able to kill them right here. She saw the attack happen, and she says, can do that, and jumps down.
Okay.
And just produces flame and just tries to grab onto their neck right there. So just direct contact.
Okay.
Produce flame.
Not a problem. Give me an athletics check against their fortitude DC. So you are going to be shooting for a. Wow, it's not doing well. It rolls a 10. What do you have?
Yes.
A 15.
Small little gnome.
So I have to ask. So you grabbed it, right?
Yeah.
You grabbed this individual.
Basically, I mean, because she would have hurt herself, and so she's kind of using sort of a grab on and kind of break her soften her landing a little bit.
Sure.
But as she does it, that hand just ignites.
Oh god.
And she just kind of slides down and backs up and just sees what happens.
Okay, well, just so that you guys know, what grabbed it does is it's going to give them flat-footed and immobilized. So if they attempt to make it like a manipulate action or something along those lines, then they have to succeed at a DC 5 flat check. A flat check, by the way, in Pathfinder 2 is just roll a D20, and if you get that number and above, you're not adding any modifiers to it. So it's just a 10%, 15% chance or something like that. All right, you are 1, 2. I believe you still have 1 action left. Is there anything you would like to do?
I didn't need to make any other rolls for it, correct?
No, that's it. It's now grabbed, but you still have 1 action left.
So I would like to take my dagger, and again, I'm still trying to get some of the cloth.
Sure.
And just try to grab some of the the bottom of their cloak and cut some off.
Well, you're on top of their head, right?
No. It was I grabbed on and did the fire, and I just kind of slid down their back.
Oh,
that's yeah. So I'm on the ground.
That's all the way down. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get a little piece of their head.
All right, not a problem. Yeah, we can say that you absolutely just you managed to grab that and wrap yourself around their ankles so that they remain grabbed. The cultist is now going to it's this cultist. Hearing words like and they immediately, the words reverberate all over the place, and the cultists now begin making their moves. Traveling down this way, that is going to be here. They're stepping up these steps and then coming into this area. However, this is their movement. It's only 75 feet for them. That's going to be that one there. Thessalia, you're up, and Karl, you're on deck.
Tess, seeing that this guy is well and truly handled, here's the guy coming up behind and whips around, like, claws out. All right, your turn. Gonna step up.
Okay.
Do a flurry.
Okay.
Gonna target him, then do a flurry.
Oof.
Oh
that is going to hit by 8. Yep, absolutely. Roll your demo. Oh, awesome. As your second attack for a 21 hits by 4.
Yep. 25 and a 21.
Fantastic. So roll your damage.
First damage roll is 5 damage, and then the second damage roll is 11 damage.
Holy
for a total of 16 damage.
Fantastic. This one receiving, it just gets hit with a flurry of blows. Doesn't understand what has happened. It has its dagger in hand, barely clinging onto it. Really, it's only his pinky that he has it. It's like, and tries lunging after you on his attack. You still have one. Flurry is only one action. Your move is one action. You have one left.
And not learning from last session, I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit with a third strike.
Okay. God damn. Wow, with a fucking nat 20! Do you want to do double damage, or do you want to do a crit and risk it for 3?
I'll just do double damage today, Alex.
You got it. That's going to be the damage, which is then going to be doubled. Describe how you managed to dispatch this particular individual, please.
Yes.
Yeah, so Tess just, like, you know, like I said, turns around, like, all right, your turn. Walks up and just reminiscent of a flame, like a bonfire, as like more fuel, and in our world, gasoline is added, just comes slicing up this guy's front.
Yeah, it's there is a spray of blood as their body, or at least the front portion of it, gets reduced down to like a hazy mist of red. But meanwhile, we switch over to Karl, who's about to do 3 actions.
May I? I'm sorry, I really need to interrupt. Did I not do damage when I did the fire to its neck?
Oh, I apologize. I didn't understand. That would be a separate action.
Okay.
No. It's completely cool. So you moved, then you did a produce flame?
I did, yes, produce flame.
Okay, so then how many actions does that require?
2.
Okay, so then
I wouldn't have cut the thing.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't have cut, so not a problem.
Okay.
In which case, then how much damage was done? Thank you for that. No. This is complete, 100% valid. Totally. Thank you for that. I apologize for missing it. How much damage was done?
It says melee damage 1d4 plus 3f. So
okay,
I guess I would target it again.
Yeah, 100%.
And then produce flame casts.
Mm-hmm.
Attack or damage?
Well, you already did the attack, I'm assuming, right?
Okay.
Didn't you?
I don't think I never rolled at all.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
I only did the athletics.
Yeah, not a problem. Let's do the attack.
Okay.
So you grabbed, and now you're.
So we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, so you missed by 5, and then as you're grabbing, you're like, ha ha, motherfucker, gotcha, and then like a gout of flame like goes off in a random direction somewhere. The stalactites are much afeared.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, continue.
Awesome. Karl, you're all good. What's up, man?
And in summary, sometimes life is a bitch and then you die and go into eternal nothingness, and then I will strike for 3 times.
All right, you got it. Let's see what you got. That's 17. Going to hit by 2. That's
9 damage.
9 points of damage being done to it, and immediately, Karl, describe how you managed to bring this one down.
So after I'm done reading, I take a slice at his neck with the scimitar. It opens up a very important artery, and he gurgles on his own blood until he crumbles to the floor.
The earth is flat! And dies. Okay. You still have 2 actions left. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will use 1 action to... actually, no, sorry. I'll just move over... Oh, I gotta get the measurement out. There we go. I will... move here. And actually, I will just wait right here for... no, I'll move one more time.
You got it.
Just a little bit.
You feel the gaze of that beam starting to... and it comes across you. Mm-hmm. You step into that area a little bit closer to that midsection, and you can feel a hearkening to it. It doesn't yet control you, but you know for a fact it wants you. And with each pass of that beam, the closer you get, the more focused it becomes. So that's where you are right now. We are now at the top of round 3. Culty McCultist is going to try to step its way over to here, just screaming and then coming in at you with a single dagger attack. Let me see. That is going to be a rolls a 15 for it, hits you by 4. As you begin to approach, you can feel the coarse blade that it has in your that it has in its hand go, and like stab you right underneath the rib for a total of 8 points of damage. That is now done. The next cultist is going to attempt to come through. This one is going to go the long way around to about whoop, nope, not that. Hold on, stop. This one here, and then it ends up stopping right around here. That is going to end its turn. Aldred, you're up. By this point, due to the damage that you have taken, and Alvin, you as well, the 2 of you were not able to get close enough to it, and that's when you felt a snap, almost like a release. Something has transpired that snapped you out of it, and you begin to realize the condition that you had been under. Aldred, you go. Zora, you're on deck. Alvin, after Zora. Aldred?
All right, I'm moving up here. And I'm going to... Oh, hold on. There we go. Sorry. I'm going to draw my dagger.
Okay.
And throw it at that cultist.
All right, awesome. Let's see what you got.
How do I
the throw is going to be the hold on, you are doing this whole thing. So under your actions, which is the second button up top, the geometric symbol, you will see strikes. But if you're throwing in this case, yeah, I mean, you just do it'd be a strike. I don't know why you don't have throwing on that. You should.
Okay. Let's do that.
Okay, and this is the one directly. Okay. Wow. Oh, fuck. Okay, at least it wasn't a critical hit. So, Karl, there's a right past your head. Kind of like you see a dagger kind of skitter on the ice in front of you by about 10 feet or so. Aldred, that was 2 actions. You want to take a third?
Yeah, I'll move up closer.
All right, you got that. Zora, you're up. What's up?
I'm sorry about that.
Zora is going to pass by these guys. Oops. No. Pass by these guys. Realize they've got it and say, okay, I'll get the other ones. And I'm going to come up about, I think it's about like probably right here with altitude and shit. And that's all 3 of my turns.
You got it. Alvin, you're up, and then its leader goes.
So that tanglefoot bag that I've prepared, I would like to throw it at the nearest guy. He should be within 20 feet, but I don't know if I'm tall enough to see over this wall.
You can make arrangements so that you would be.
Okay. Could you do that though? Because I am having just the darndest time with Foundry.
Understood. Where would you like to go? You want to go around the wall or up on top?
I would like to still be out of cover or in cover for the light so that the light doesn't hit me.
Sure.
Because I'm a little spooked by that still.
Yeah, completely understood.
Yeah, and then I'd like to throw the tanglefoot bag at that guy, which if it hits would be great.
It's gonna be the one that Karl is the one that Karl is facing off of. Yep. Okay. Cool.
Yes, the one Karl is facing.
Okay, so the beam hits. You get around here. As soon as the beam like goes past you, you then come out and make your attack roll. Do you want me to handle that for you?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. So that is going to be. Let me see here. Let me make sure that this little dude is tangled or targeted. Unfortunately, it lands, but it's not. It doesn't land where it needs to be. And it is off by 2.
That'll happen.
Yep. Are you done, my friend?
Then,
or take a move action to come back behind the shadows?
I should have one more.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna move back into cover.
Okay.
I'm gonna say drat.
Okay. So this guy now goes completely upset with what it is that is happening. Let me see here. This is not going to be pretty. Want to make sure I understand this. When you guys get a good view of this individual, you can see that he's got a gauntlet on, and it's rather intimidating. You can see some spikes on it and whatnot. Chances are he's probably going to use that. However, he's going to. Let me make sure. I want to make sure I get this just right.
Oh, cool. Dear.
Awesome. He's going to begin moving. You see him moving slowly at first. He hops down with a confident jaunt and slowly traverses the ice to come to right around here. And having spent 2 actions, let me make zora. Is he within 30 feet? No. Nonetheless, you could see a and as he begins to intonate, sometime next turn, you can automatically feel something dreadful will occur. But just for the moment, time is on your side. The next cultist is going to go. This one finally waking up out of its stupor, coming a little bit closer. Looks like Zora. I keep calling you Thalia for some reason. Zora, this one is now facing up against you, and it is done with its turn. Frenell, you go, my friend, and Thessalia, you're up, and then Karl. Frenell?
Yeah. Frenell is still wanting the piece of the clothing. But she hears like this looming darkness. She starts to hear the speech, and so thinking quickly, she kind of falls back on what she does best, and that's make a distraction. And so she shouts out to the party, just quickly, shut your eyes.
Nope, hold on for a second. It's just reloading for a second. Okay, go ahead.
She shouts out shut your eyes, and she waits for the light to come around.
Oh.
And she casts produce flame to attempt to sort of ripple the flame out incredibly brightly in order to blind the cultists.
Oh, okay. So the produce flame, if I'm not mistaken, has about the radiance of a torch or so. It's not going to be massive. You would know that, though.
No, I can go 30 feet up in the air.
Yeah, it's fine. But I believe it's about the same as a torch, is it not? Yeah, a small ball of flame appears in it. It's a small ball of flame that appears in your hand.
Even if it gets sort of dispersed by this rippling?
By the rippling?
That blue light. I'm trying to hit the blue light with it.
Or you're trying to hit the blue light with it?
Or rather have the blue light hit the flame.
You know what?
I'm trying to use the environment against them.
Totally cool. So you managed it. You have been pacing your time. You understand exactly where the blue light hits just above your head, but it hits above the wall, etc. You stick your hand up just as it begins to hit that area. You wait just for the opportune moment. Let me see.
Yeah, because ideally I would shoot it out 30 feet, sort of like over this wall towards the cultist as well. So it would be very close to.
Keep in mind, produce flame is like, hey, got a light here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going off of last session and what you allowed me to get away with.
Oh fuck yeah! No, it was awesome because you were like, it was like a freaking 30-foot tall lantern. So yeah, not a problem. In this case, though, just keep in mind it is a cantrip, and so it is just a small ball of flame. But you can use it in combat. Having said that, you lift it up, the light hits it, and just for a brief moment, you sort of go, and then it immediately dies back down when the light passes.
So it didn't do anything.
It just engorged the flame just for a brief moment.
Okay. Yeah, so that was 2 of my turns. The final one, I finally take some of the cloth. And I'm bringing the cloth for the next time. I'm trying to get this all day.
You are now good. You have that, and you are done.
Or better yet, instead of like ripping it off, I just like take one of the pieces off them. So
I'll take this. Thessalia, you're up. Karl, you're on deck. Thessalia, describe your actions.
First, I'm going to unmute my microphone as a free action.
There you go.
And then Tess is going to start running around the corner around Stormy and Karl.
Yep.
And to, aid them, and then see that Zora is in a spot of trouble.
Yep.
And there's also the big bad evil guy right there, but whatever, can't really get to him. So she's gonna take 2 actions, run up over there, and flurry of blows this guy.
Okay. Yep, you're good.
Yeah, because my stance gives me an extra 5 foot to my move speed.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. Go ahead and do your flurry.
So first strike, miss.
Ooh, miss by 4.
Strike.
Oh, critical miss. That one, my friend, is going to be, let's find out what happens here. That is unarmed. You can't attack the same target again until the end of your next turn. Something occurred. So when you came skidding to a stop, the ice underneath your feet, you compensated for it beautifully. You were educated in this. You understand difficult terrain, not a problem whatsoever. But what you did not expect was that one fucking rock that was just sticking up out of the ground. And so when you went to go swing, you're like, aha, I'm coming in. And then you skidded in, and then thunk, poof, and just completely missed. Unfortunately, that also wrenched your ankle just for a brief moment, where attacks against that person is going to be a little bit difficult because you also push them away from you. So with that, I'd say to about here. Thessalia, that was 2 moves and the 1 attack. You are done. Karl, you're up, and then the cultists then go after that.
Okay, so this guy is, we hear him casting a spell, so I am going to shoulder check my way past this one cultist.
Okay, so you're going to commit this shove action?
Well, I'm just going to walk past him. I don't think he's going to mind much.
Okay, all right.
Bold.
Oh, so you're coming right up on that guy.
Yeah, for some reason it's not letting me move. Let me try one more time.
Yeah, go ahead. Control. There you go. You want me to get you up there?
Oh, you're on the ruler. I think you're moving the ruler.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
2 actions. You have 1 left.
I will try to interrupt his spell casting by knocking him upside the head with a scimitar.
Oh, fuck yeah. Let's see what you got. That's going to be an 8. Double
a crit miss.
So double right click on him in order to target. This way, all the math is already done for you. That is a critical miss. Oh boy, here we go. So that is a melee attack. Okay, so what this one says is you hit an ally adjacent to you or an ally adjacent to your target. That condition simply doesn't exist here. We're going to do it again. Let's see what the second one is. And this one is... Oh! You came in, and the reason why you ended up missing, it was because the ice underneath that area, you simply lost your footing, you ended up falling prone, and you were slowed 1 until the end of your next turn. Quick little reminder, slowed means that you lose 1 action per turn until that condition is removed. So let me get you prone here real quick, but I believe that was also all of your actions, wasn't it?
Yeah, did I even interrupt the spell casting, or is he unfazed?
No, because you completely missed the guy.
Awesome. Glad I ran up there. I'm fucking dead.
Yeah, in fact, he just continues. He just continues beyond that. The cultist in front of Karl then steps up for a little bit and is going to do 1 attack and then 2 attacks. Let's see if any of them actually hit.
Ooh, second one does.
Oh, fuck. So that is going to be... Oh, I didn't even target you. So your AC right now is an 18. So, yeah, exactly what you said. Second one. Driving the point home. Hardy har. You take 8 points of damage, and his attacks are now done. The second cultist, this one's going to step... Oh... Sure. Steps up to face up against Thessalia. I'm going to target you on this one. 2 attacks coming out with the dagger. This is going to be number 1 and then number 2. Let's get both rolls out of the way. That's a 26 and a 17.
Both are normal hits. My AC is 17.
Holy shit. And for some reason, you did not... Okay, I don't know why you didn't come through on the target. Okay. That is going to be a damage of and a damage of. That is going to be a total of 12 points of damage. It comes in, and slicks both. You had that. You had the flurry of blows. You unfortunately ended up missing with that. It came in under the armpit and then slit right along the backside of your upper arm for a total of 12 points of damage. That one is now done. Aldred, you're up. Zora, you're on deck. Alvin, you are after Zora. Aldred?
All right, we're coming at this guy with a glaive.
Okay, let's see what you got. He looks fresh. Go for the neck.
Feeling good. So
there you go. Oh man, 17. That's a hit. Yeah, absolutely. You can feel the glint of the armor on there as your glaive bounces off, but then you manage to get a nice little soft spot right in there. How much do you have? Any other? Oh, perfect. Rolling the damage. 6 points of damage done to him. Any other attacks?
Yeah, I'm gonna hit him again.
Yeah, let's do it. 18 also hits.
That's better.
Oh, for fucking 11 points of damage. Hey, you see him waver after that second one. And however you did it, it staggered just for a moment. Could not believe the alacrity of that blade. You have one more action.
So with that stagger, I'm gonna take the opportunity to back off just a little bit.
Okay. All right. And so you can take a 5-foot step back if you wish.
5-foot step back?
If you want. Well, you said to back off. I don't know if that's an actual movement.
I meant my last action being a movement to move back.
Oh, yeah. You can take a 5-foot step back. It's called a step, believe it or not. There's a stride and a step. A stride is up to your movement speed. A step is just a 5-foot thing. And it never provokes an attack of opportunity, FYI.
Fantastic.
There you go. All right.
Stepping back.
You are done. Zora, you're up. Alvin, you're on deck. And then the leader goes.
Okay, Zora, I targeted. I'm gonna just do my shits. I'm just going 1, 2, and then one with the dagger.
Oh.
I don't know what hits. Probably. Oh, there's a critical miss in there.
There is. So you struck out with a. So the very first thing that we have to do, you swing your short sword. It bites into the meat. Let's get some damage off of that very first attack.
All right. Damage.
Yep, 5 points of damage. Describe how the attack went.
I think I get like real pumped that Tess is there, and I'm like, all right, let's do this, and then I swing across.
Yeah, you do, and so pumped up by that, your second attack unfortunately is an absolute critical miss. And it says here to catch your breath, you're slow 2 until the end of your next turn. So I'm kind of curious, what got you so winded?
I spun around and completely missed and did a little Mickey Mouse kind of whoa, 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 whoa. So the slow 2 is of course going to steal away 2 actions from next turn, but let's get in that third one that you had. All right, that's my knife. That is 2 points of damage.
Yeah, somehow, some way, you managed to while you were a little bit out of it, you managed to scar him across the face. Nice. Well, they're wearing masks, so what happens is that you get it in a crack of the mask, and then you draw down. It's complete luck shot, or was it by skill? Who knows? But either way, a trickle of blood begins to come out from underneath the mask. Well done. Thanks, Zora, you are done. This one, did hard. And this one, looking right at you, Karl. Yeah. Let's see if this will work. I think it will. Perhaps. Nah, we're not going to do that. The spell that he had prepared is going to necessitate an attack against you. Let me make sure that you are targeted first before I do this. All right, cool. This is going to be an attack. You begin seeing a greenish light exiting his finger until it just angles straight up at your body. He draws his hand up the angle finger, drawing the beam right across your face. That is going to be he hits you with the beam by 8. That is let me reveal that to you. That is going to only be a success, which means then you, my friend, just got hit with a ray of enfeeblement for 2 oh no, I need you to make a DC 20 fortitude save, please.
All right, fortitude. Let's see.
Yeah.
Where is it? Here it is. Roll it.
Easy.
Let's go. 22! All right, very good. So you only get enfeebled 1. And so enfeebled is, so you do become physically weakened, and because it has the 1 value, it means that you're going to take that as a penalty on any strength-based rolls and DCs, including like melee damage and athletics checks. Alrighty. You can feel like he just tapped right into you, just with and almost like he just drank deep of the strength within you. With that, he's now going to take a 5-foot step back and conclude his turn. The cultist, which is now facing off against Zora, let's see, that one is now going to strike once, strike twice, strike 3 times. Let's see what we have here.
I don't know what the other ones are.
Yeah, well, one. All right, so the very first one, completely taking advantage of your situation, gets a critical hit. It's going to draw a card. Let's see what we have here. It is going to be piercing damage, critical effect. You are going to take 1d6 bleed. It comes in, gets right, just because of the way that you happen to have moved, it gets you right into the thigh and hits your fucking femur, comes very close to the femoral artery, slices down, cutting through that meat, issuing 1d6 bleed, which for you is going to be, oof, that is going to be bad. Damage that. Let us do the regular damage for that as well. Zora, you are taking another 8 points of damage just from that. Now, it also launched out a second one, fueled by bravado and a little bit of like, it thinks it has you. After it snicked down your muscle, your thigh muscle, then comes up and tries a backhand abdomen attack. Unfortunately for that, for him, it totally critically fumbles. Rolls a nat 1 on that. The fumble is going to be notched. What do you have on your body that is dagger would have been caught in and damaged by?
Nothing but scales, baby.
Scale. So some of your own natural armor picks up on it, and his wrist kind of goes, ow, fuck. And the dagger, cheaply made, ends up taking 1d6 damage, which is going to be 2 points of damage against the dagger. Not enough to really harm it by much, but you heard like a high-pitched ring of steel just as you heard that tail. You know when you drop your cell phone on a rock and you hear that, oh fuck, sound? That sound. So that's what just happened to him. Nonetheless, he tries going after you with the second attack, and or excuse me, with the third attack. That was a 1, that was a 2, and I think he missed with the third one. He missed with the third one. Frenell, you're up. Thessalia, you're on deck. Frenell.
So Frenell, finally, with this cloth in her hand, takes some more of the. Actually, she changes her mind. She's like, we've been here for a little while. I can't do what I was gonna do, when we walked in like 12 seconds ago. She just puts the cloak on, hoping that it will protect her from this light.
Okay.
And so that's one move. Then she, let me move this. She's trying to, because I assume you can't see over this wall, correct?
Yeah, it's a little bit on the tall side.
Yeah. So she just kind of like, she walks over where she can see the action. And unfortunately, she's a little limited, but she sees, question if I can do this or not.
Describe it so it makes sense, and yes, you can do it.
Right, sure. First, Aldred, were you still injured at all?
Very much, yeah.
Very much. So she could run over like directly to Aldred, and she knows that like you're truly treating his wounds is going to. She sees this wound, she's like,
oh, they are
some
bad.
Blood coming out.
I have a piece of selling canvas just sticking out of my chest.
Like liquid just kind of like coming down, like it used to be white, now it's just like purely red. And she's like, I don't have time to like fully treat wounds. That takes like 10 minutes. But she always has her tea, right? And so she was like, wait, I'm drinking yarrow tea that like clots your blood. And so she just like pulls out the tea leaves and just like smacks it on his chest just to help like slow it down a little bit. It just like slow down his bleed just a tad.
You know what? I love that idea. Give me a first aid. Give me a medicine check.
I do have tea lore as well. If that helps.
Whichever one you feel is going to work better for you. It's gonna be medicine or tea lore.
Okay, well let me look and see what, because I've not done either of those.
Your medicine, your medicine is +6. Better. Your tea lore, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay. So medicine. Come on, big money.
Nice.
18.
For a total of 18. Okay, so the way that this typically works is that he's bleeding. Right? You are still bleeding, I believe, aren't you?
I think that was fixed whenever I stuffed the selling canvas in the chest.
Okay.
I thought you were still bleeding.
Oh. Oh, when you said injured, I mean like.
Well, no. It's either way. Let's not discuss that out of game. What Frenell thought is exactly what she thought, and that's
yeah.
So all right, not a problem. Let's see here. That's going to give him another flat check in order to remove the persistent damage. Would you mind, if you don't mind, my friend, give me a DC 15 flat check, Aldred?
Oh yeah.
So it's just going to roll roll a D20, and you just need a 15 or above.
Where do I just roll a D20 at?
Take a look down at the bottom of the chat, and you will see a D20 down there. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just roll that and then click roll. There you go. 11. Unfortunately, it does not stop the persistent damage, but at least you smell good.
I do like the smell.
So, Frenell, you have one. Let's see. You did the cloak. That's I think that is it, isn't it? Thessalia, you're up, and then Karl, you're on deck.
Yeah.
Karl, by the way, I want to say a quick little thank you out to Vermilion. Vermilion 125, who followed during your turn, if I'm not mistaken. And the rule of the channel is if somebody follows, whoever turn that is, they get their next roll at advantage, or in Pathfinder parlance,
Fortune.
Thank you. I was looking for something.
My turn get skipped at some point?
Alvin, you go after Zora.
Yeah, I didn't go after Zora.
Go ahead and go, my friend. I don't know why we went past you. I am so sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. So remember earlier when I was like, I'm preparing a firebomb for a distraction?
Yes.
Oh, I still have that firebomb.
Okay.
So Alvin is tired of being afraid and hiding. And so he's like, frick it, let's do this dang thing.
Okay.
And he jumps over the wall and he's going to charge the big bad, the leader.
Oh, you're charging the big guy.
And try and get close enough to throw a firebomb at him.
So in the alchemist parlance, what is that actual thing called?
The alchemist's fire.
Alchemist fire. Okay, cool. All right.
Is what I constructed.
All right, sweet.
And I believe I have the option to choose to redirect the splash damage to that single target if I hit.
That'd be fantastic. Is it a lesser?
It's a lesser alchemist fire.
Okay,
that's
then.
Correct.
All right, sweet. Then there you go. You have it in hand. It is now on your sheet. You're all good to go. And
awesome.
And you want to toss it at that guy, huh?
Yeah, I just need to get within 20 feet of him.
You got it. So you
however many moves it takes.
Pop. You have 2 moves. You get right next to. Oh, come on, you. You get right over here. Not a problem. And let's target this asshole. And then you're gonna do a alchemist fire against him. Let's find out.
Yep.
Oh, so that is going to hit by hit by 6. Let's do the damage.
Could be 1d8.
It is 1d8 for a total of 4 points of damage. At 3 and then 1 additional.
And then there will be 1 persistent fire damage.
Yep, it's already applied.
Redirect the splash.
Okay, yep.
Yes, fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
And everything is done. You are now done. Thessalia, you're up. Thessalia? Yeah.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Free action.
There you go.
Free action. Unmute my microphone. So the first thing Tess is going to do with this new foe up in her grill, so to speak, she is going to try to intimidate them.
Ooh, okay.
Now, I don't think that we have a shared language, especially being that she is going to speak in her native tongue of Kikli, which is the Catfolk tongue. And I imagine it involves a lot of like rumbles and teeth baring in this instance.
So you wanted to like demoralize? Is that the action that you're trying to take? All right, cool. So that is one action. You don't need to be trained in intimidation to do that, so that's not a problem. They don't need to understand you.
Yeah, so I just take a -4.
Yeah, absolutely. So you are good with that, with the demoralize. Give me an intimidation check. It's going to be against their will DC. And this can be against the one that's right in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So you are going for a... Oh, you should have shown up. Hold on. Here you go. You're going against a 15.
Okay. All right. I'm going to roll. Be better than a 15.
Oh, it's a 7. Unfortunately, that is
close.
Yeah, they look at you in a confused fashion and you hear something that sounds, you know what, it could be interpreted as, oh, little kitty, but that's maybe they're not even intelligent enough for that. But it's also a little bit hard to read behind their mask exactly what had transpired. But that was only one action, my friend. You still have 2 more.
Little kitty's got claws. I'm gonna flurry blows.
Fuck it. Let's do it. That's gonna be 17. Yep, you absolutely hit its AC on the very first one. The second one, not so much. Roll your damage.
All right. That is 7 points of damage.
Yeah, you sunk right in the throat, and then starts returning attacks. And I believe you are now done, which means
I have one more action.
You have one more. Oh, that's right. Flurry of blows is only one action. I forgot. Go ahead.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna try and hit them again.
Okay.
With a critical miss.
Oh.
You know, I'm gonna use my hero point.
Yeah, go ahead, re-roll that.
me and critical misses do not get along very well.
That's a good call. Very good use of hero point there. That's a hell of a lot better.
A regular miss, I'll take that.
Yeah, well, hold on. Which one did you roll? Oh, that's right, because the multiple attack penalty does apply to the second attack of a flurry. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're off by 1, but at least Aldred didn't have reason to say anything negative against you again. So
again,
not this time.
Not this time. Karl, you're knocked flat on your ass, my friend. What are you doing?
So as a free action, I'm gonna cry a little bit, but then I will stand up. So I'm gonna get rid of prone.
Okay, cool.
Which also gets rid of that other thing that I had there. I didn't even have time to read it. I'm still slowed, I assume, right?
Yeah, you were still slowed and enfeebled. That is correct.
All right, so I will move forward and continue the onslaught, hopefully with a hit this time.
Okay, yeah, hopefully. Let's find out. The enfeebled condition is not going to do you any real favors here. Let's see what you got. Nat 20! Fucking Nat 20! Oh, do you want to do double damage or do you want a card?
You know what? Give me a card.
You got it. Here it is. Let's see. That is going to be right here. Hold on. What kind of blade are you using? Is that slashing?
Slashing and sweeping, I think.
Slashing and sweep. Okay, so the sweeping is going to be another effect. The slashing, it can't. Well, you know what? I'm going to give you a choice. It's a nat 20. It only happens 5% of the time. So you can either have a gut slash, but I'm not going to tell you what that means, or you can have a brow to chin.
Man, I know what a gut slash sounds like, but what the hell is a brow to chin? Let's do brow to chin.
You got it. So you end up bringing this thing straight up. It is a crit effect, so you are going to do double damage. The target is also going to take a -2 status penalty to perception and ranged attack rolls until healed, because you completely smeared blood all over his eyes. He can't see anything at all. So there you go. That's a -2 status penalty. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to make his ass blinded because that is not good. Alrighty.
And then is there damage? Do I roll damage?
Yeah, you're going to do... Yep. All you have to do is hit damage, and then I'll apply it twice.
Oh... I did 5.
Yeah, it's going to be... Well, it's a total of 10 points because it is going to be double damage. So you're okay right there. That was 2 actions. You still have a third one.
I don't. I'm slowed 1. That's the end of my
That's
turn.
right. Oh, shit. Oh, well, we tried. Top of round 5, the cultist is now going to turn around and beginning approaching, and all you can see is you almost feel like there's a slick grin underneath his mask as he comes in for the death blow against.
Real quickly.
Yeah.
Because I stepped back like that, does he come into my opportunity?
Because you have a glaive. Yes, absolutely. Yep, you're going to take it. Go ahead.
Nope, not that one. Sorry.
That's all right. You got it.
So, yep.
That's going to be 15. Unfortunately, you do miss by 2.
Bam.
All right.
Yeah.
Point?
What's that?
Do you have a hero point?
Yeah,
we'll go for a hero point right
yeah,
now. Yeah,
absolutely. Sure. Yeah, use the right mouse button on your hero points in order to remove them from it. Go ahead and take another turn, spending your hero point.
All right. Come on.
Oh, God. Oh, shit. You missed by 4. Fuck. Oh, well. And you didn't. No, okay. I just want to make sure that you rolled the right one. You did. Alrighty. Unfortunately, that is not going to work, but he does move. That's going to eat up one of his turns. Or one of his actions, then coming in with a dagger, which he gleefully like tries launching out. However, your glaive action throws him off balance. He misses on the first one. He's coming in for the second one. Let's see if he strikes.
That was targeting Karl.
I have multiple targets going. It's going to target whoever else I also have targeted, but the damage will only be applied to that one person. That is a critical miss. Can you describe to me, please, how you managed to bonk him on the head to make him stunned 2?
Yeah, so I'm a real flourishy fighter. So I kind of glanced his blade around and bonked him on the head from the other side.
Yeah, just
with the glaive.
That is totally cool. All right, so 1 and 2. He's completely stunned. He has no idea what the fuck is going on right now. But the battle does continue with Thessalia. This guy unceremoniously 1. Come on, that is 2 and 3. Let's see what happens here with all 3 of these things. That is going to miss. Oh man, it's trying to attack Karl. That's all right. Your AC is a 17.
Correct.
Yeah, only the first one managed to hit. The other 2, they were just regular misses for them. It manages to jab you right again, just in a weak spot within the folds of your clothing. The blade finds home for a total of 6 points of damage. Thessalia, what are you looking like to anyone else looking at you?
I am on death's door. I look pretty haggard.
Aldred, you're up, who's also not looking too well. You go. Zora, you're on deck. Alvin after Zora.
This boy getting finished.
What's up? Oh, you're rolling. Fuck! God! Oh no, you missed by 6.
I have the worst rolls tonight.
Well, I mean, dude, your spleen is literally hanging out of your abdomen, so...
You're right. Yep, you're right. But I've got some tea and canvas stuff.
You do? I know it. To be fair, you do have a tea poultice. Go ahead with your second or whatever else you wish to do.
Second attack.
Okay, let's see what you got. Oh, dude, it was almost a natural 20. God damn it. Oh, Aldred, when you came in on that very last attack, LARP Genie, you need to roll exclamation point D10. They are first level. When you came in on that last one, the poultice that had been placed inside of your wound, thwack, thanks to Apple, or thanks to Frenell. Finally, the muscle squeezed down on that, and the juices from the pulses got released into your wound for a total of 5 points that you just got back, courtesy of LARP Genie in the chat.
Big, yeah.
And
awesome.
If you guys don't know who the fuck, yeah, here you go. If you don't know LARP Genie, come check out Kevin on Wednesdays in Kill City Centers. Alrighty, go ahead and do what you need to. Oh, you missed both, did you?
I did.
Are you done? Oh, so you're done with everything now. Alrighty, Zora, you're up. Alvin, you're next after Zora.
Okay, I'm slowed too, so just doing a little strikey strike. 19 to hit, and
Absolutely.
that's gonna be 5 points of damage.
Yep, absolutely. That's one attack.
That's it. I'm slowed too, so that's the end
Oh
of my turn.
shit. Okay. Alrighty. Alvin, you are up.
I am running. I'm continuing my motion of moving towards the spellcaster.
How close do you want to get?
I want to get stabbing range. I'm going in for the kill.
Oh shit.
And if possible, I'd like to get it flat-footed.
So
if
you
I could
go
get behind it.
Absolutely, yeah. So you make that move directly behind. That is going to take one action. You still have 2 more to go. It is targeted, and you want to take those 2. Yep,
Yeah,
those.
I'm gonna do what my mama said and stab it twice.
You got it. This is going to be okay. So guys, in order to speed things up, press and hold down shift and then click your strike and your second attacks, and both attacks will then go off at the same time. And that is...
I'm still having trouble.
No, it's no problem. I'm done letting everyone know. Unfortunately, you rolled a 16 and a 10. That is not going to miss it. It has an AC of 18. Having taken...
I am going to use my 1 hero point to try and reroll one of those.
100%, yeah, not a problem whatsoever. Let's do that again. Hold on, and we'll do that on the first one. This way you have a better chance.
Awesome.
And almost a 15. Unfortunately, rolled a 5 and missed by 7.
Well, that'll happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am so sorry for that, my friend.
Give, the dice take away.
they absolutely do. This one, not too pleased with what the hell is going on here. Brings out. You see, his hand comes out. Karl, do you happen to have a attack of opportunity?
Nah, man, that ain't me.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. All right. Well, we were trying here. Okay.
It does take a fire damage, though, right?
Yeah. It's he is that's automatically applied. He took 1 fire.
Is he
feel
flat-footed?
vindicated.
What's that?
Isn't he flat-footed because he's flanked?
He is flat-footed. Yep. That should hold on.
It's not on there.
It is. Yeah, good call. It is now. So hold on. If he's flat-footed, what's his AC then? So his AC now turns into an 18, which Alvin still did not. Still did not hit. So.
Well, then we're both embarrassed.
Yeah. So it is what it is. Unfortunately.
He's embarrassed because of his flat feet. I'm embarrassed because I missed.
Using somatic and verbal components only. And he draws his hand up into the air while holding the other one still, as if it were holding onto the pommel of a blade, which he then fashions directly out of the air. That is now going to take 2 of his actions, and it's going to take a third to disengage, feeling the stabbing movements behind him, still not knowing what the fuck is going on anywhere around him. But at least he now has a little bit of security in the form of a magical blade on his hand. That one now done. Frenell, you're up, and then one of the cultists goes. Frenell?
Okay, so Frenell, she can tell her tea has been exactly what Aldred needed. It's not quite there, but it's doing what he can.
Totally
she looks up to the right, and it's like, oh, wow. They're struggling. Looks off to the left and be like, ooh, they might be struggling a little bit worse. Like, she sees like Alva just kind of like hitting at his ankles and just totally missing. And she's like, you know what? Let me go over there. And so she takes one move kind of out to the center.
Okay.
And then she uses her hydraulic push directly towards the main dude.
Nice. Okay. All right. Not a problem. Let's see. Hydraulic push. What's the range on that?
The range is 60 feet.
Oh, you're fine.
Definitely within range. And I believe I go directly to spells for that.
Yes, you do for the hydraulic push. Yep. So you moved, and then you're gonna cast.
Yep.
And
then attack.
Go. Yep. And the attack. Oh, you missed by 4. You do have a hero point. Do you want to reroll?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Just right click on the hero points above on your character sheet and then roll again.
Let me get the. You said right click. Okay.
Yeah, right click to remove it. There you go.
And then, we're learning.
You're doing well.
Oh, I guess I would just click attack again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just the same thing. A little bit better. Total of 20. That's a dirty 20. You hit by 2. Go ahead and do the push.
Do the damage.
The damage. 3d6 bludgeoning, coming up with a total of 9 points of damage.
And it's also knockback 5.
100%. Hey, let's see. That is going to be this nice little line taking place here. So that's going to be 5 feet to this direction. Well, get over here. That's going to be 5 feet in this. Hello.
We're trying to protect Karl right now.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Yeah. Karl's like, what the fuck? Yeah. So let me apply that damage. The water starts seeping in. Karl and Alvin, the two of you can see this guy just get smashed in the face with a whole pile of water out of nowhere, gets skidded across the ice and starts coughing up violently, and water sputtering around all over the place. Frenell, you are done. Am I not correct?
That's correct. Sorry.
Okay. No worries whatsoever. The cultist now coming in on Zora. We all know that this is not going to be a good thing, so it's going to be hold on, it's 1, 2, and 3 attacks all coming in at the same time. Let's see what happens. That is going to be 2 hits and a miss. The very first one is going to be that is 5 points of damage. The first blade digging in deep to flesh. The second one is going to be
down.
This not according to this. Just you're at 0. Yeah. So since you are now in a you are now dying. What that means is that each turn you're going to have to roll some dice according to your dying condition. And initially it's a 10, and then you just need to just get it's that plus your dying condition, so like 11 or above on a flat check. So hopefully you'll be okay. This cultist, now completely satisfied, does not take the third one, and instead takes an additional action just to side up next to that one, and you can hear a muffled from underneath its mask as he now sidles up against Thessalia. However, he's already moved everything. Nothing more to do. Thessalia, you're up. Karl, you're on deck.
All right. Well, you killed my friend. You're next. So I'm gonna flurry of blows against the one who just dropped Zora.
Yeah, and that one also looks a little bit more wounded. You hit by 3, and you hit by 2. Yep, you hit both times.
So that is 16
total
damage.
of 16 damage. The first punch hits, the second punch then lands. Boom! Brings him down.
Cool. Then I am going to second action move over to the second guy.
Okay.
Do some sweep.
No, you missed by 4, unfortunately. Do you have a hero point?
No, I used that already to avoid a critical fail.
Okay.
But I am going to
take a step back.
Yeah, I'm going to take a step back to Frenell and say, I could really use some of that tea, and so could Zora.
All of you heard what was it like when Zora dropped?
Hold on, I didn't think of something cool. I think it was just a matter of like the bleed, and she like looked down and like grabbed her, like held onto her injury, and she's got like blood pooling on her hand, and then I think she just sort of like collapsed at the last hit.
Okay, and then the drop occurred.
Yeah.
And we return to Thessalia now done. Karl, you're up.
Okay, so I have some distance from Major Psycho Priest guy, so I'm gonna help my friends by moving twice.
Okay.
And we're gonna swing.
All right, you got it.
Nice.
That's a 17. Yep, you hit by 4.
Fuck yeah.
That one loves coming up. 5 damage.
Total of 5 points. You still have 1 action left, I believe.
Unfortunately, no.
Because you're so
it was
fucking
2
slow.
movements.
Alrighty, I understand. Top of round 6. That cultist is now real. Oh, the cultist with Aldred.
Lovely.
Sorry, my friend. Coming after you. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Let's see what happens. I saw a critical miss pop up in there. 2 critical misses. Hit by 1. The first one coming after you for a total of 5 points of damage. That blade, again, the cockiness trying to do something against you that just looks fucking cool. Wow.
Because he sees me doing cool shit. And he's like,
He does, tries to mimic you, and it was better to give. Hits himself instead of you. Can you please describe how this motherfucker just managed to stab himself?
He comes in with a wide swing, and as he comes in, I kind of glance back and slap the back of his blade with the glaive.
Hey, you do, and you kill him. Holy shit. He just immediately drops, done in by his own dagger. But unfortunately, there's still more out there, and that cult is now coming out against Karl. Realizing the new challenge, 1, 2, and 3 coming in for all of these attacks. Let's see what we have. I see 1 hit. Karl, trying to bypass the scimitar that you happen to be swinging. 1 dagger did manage to get in, but the other 2 were absolute misses, and you take 6 points of damage. How is Karl looking from outside perspective?
There are 2 gigantic holes in my breastplate, and there is blood gushing out of at least one of them.
This is not good at all. So we turn our attention over to Aldred, who just dropped 1. Aldred, yeah, you go.
So I don't know what the distance is here. Hold on. All right, I guess I'm gonna join Karl here. I'm gonna run by this guy and say, "You've been outclassed."
Okay.
And just run up, and I'm helping Karl.
Yeah. Alrighty. Let's see what you got. 11 points of damage. Yeah, you do the hit. You do your damage. Let's see what you got. Oh, thank God it's not a fucking 1. You do 7 points of damage to it. The cultist then staggers back, like just not sure what the fuck just happened. The glaive swung over Karl's head, ended up catching him in the shoulder, skipped up into his neck, starts feeling for that, not feeling well at all. Aldred, are you done?
I am.
All right, Zora, it is now your go, and you now get to roll a. This is your save. So you, Zora, are going to. Yeah, you should have a. You should now have a check on your sheet. Let me just double check here. Yeah, it's dying. Check your recovery check. It's to the left of the dying condition on your sheet. Zora, are you there? There you go.
No, I failed that one.
Oof. Okay, that is going to increase your dying condition by 1. And unfortunately, we are now going to move over to Alvin, and then the leader then goes. Alvin, you're up.
Alvin's back has been turned to Zora. He's focused solely on the leader.
Okay.
And you see his hands go to his belt where he's got his reagents, and he quickly uses quick alchemy to mix together another firebomb as quickly as he can, another alchemist fire, and which he's going to target again the spellcaster. He knows he has to take this guy down as quick as possible, so he should be able to do that in 1 turn for the alchemy.
Yep.
1 turn to draw and strike because of quick bomber.
Unfortunately, it is a miss. You end up throwing it. You ended up missing it by 9. And you still have 1 action left.
Well, then I'm gonna. Thank goodness I never let go of his dagger through all that.
You got it, and then all right. With a strike, you come through. You roll a 10, and you unfortunately miss by 2. Alvin, unceremoniously unable to do anything. The cultist turns around, takes a look at Alvin, and is now going to, well, take a step back because the guy is still fucking blinded. He doesn't know where to go at this point. He's just stepping here, and then going to take a step back in order to disengage. That turn is now done. Frenell, you're up, and then Thessalia and Karl. I'm so sorry this is going so late, guys, but I'm glad we're here.
Frenell just sees the cultists dropping like flies, and like the other guy is just like he's kind of running away a little bit, but sees Zora fall and just hears like a like the little like tap tap tap. It just slows down. And Frenell, from where she's standing, all she has to do is cast stabilize on Zora.
Okay.
And it takes away the dying condition.
It absolutely does. Yeah, mark that as cast.
Oh, wait, what do I do for that? How do I?
Yeah, you click the cast button.
Oh, I do. I like target
Zora. Yeah, I already got it. You're all set.
Okay, then cast. Here we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, do I do anything else? Is that it?
No, that's it. Yeah. Zora, somewhere in the distance, through all the myriad of action as your brain tries to process what the hell has just happened to your body, you get a little bit of a and it just vibrates through your body, and you can kind of feel yourself in and out of consciousness. So you will have a wounded condition, which is only going to further a dying condition should you drop again. But at least you are stable and you are no longer dying. Frenell, you have 1 action left.
For some reason I thought that was going to be all of my things. How far am I away from them?
About 25 feet or so.
About 25 feet. No. Oh. Okay. So Frenell and all of her just like mysteriousness. You never really know where the tea's coming from. Frenell's like, you know what? I got this. And, like turns to her little like side pack. It just like Mary Poppins like pulls out a javelin.
Oh shit. That's an interact, which means that you're now done. Yeah.
Oh, she's ready though. She's about to take care of business.
But at least the javelin is out, so let's find out what happens next turn.
She's ready. Yeah.
Thessalia, you're up. Karl, you're on deck. Are you muted again? There you go.
One of these days. Tess, still basically bleeding out in front of Frenell, is going to stand by her and just kind of like look at her like
as I hold my javelin.
Like, I'm on Death Star here, but sure, go ahead. Throw your fucking javelin. Throw your pointy stick.
Do you have any darts?
Technically, I do, but Tess is not. For flavor, Tess is not proficient with weapons.
I completely understand that. So are you all right? So you want to just hold on to your action?
I kind of want to try to intimidate the big bad down below.
Gotcha. Oh,
just call out, kind of draw him closer.
Yeah, sure. Give me an intimidation roll. That's going to be against their will DC. In this case, though, however, I want you to roll that with fortune. Keep the highest because he's not liking this whole thing that's happening here. You need to beat. Oh, he rolls a nat 20. You need to beat a 30.
That is physically 30. Impossible. but I will do my best.
Let's see what you got.
That's a spirit.
That's a 14. Unfortunately, that is not going to work. It doesn't even hear what it is that you have to see, what you have to say. Thessalia, Karl, you are now up, my friend.
All right.
Finish him.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's try and cut this guy down.
Yeah.
Huzzah. And strike. Roll.
Yes.
That's gonna do it for 21.
Damage. 2 this time. 6 damage.
And with that swing, you managed to bring that last one down.
Yo, thank God. Okay, so that was 1 strike, and we're gonna do this now.
Oh, you're moving across the field of battle. Okay. All right. Oh, this poor guy. I mean, this evil bastard. And there you go. Karl, you are done with your turn. Aldred, you're up. Zora, you're on deck.
Oh shit. Yeah, I am not doing well.
No one here really is.
Yeah. I'm gonna step up a little bit.
Okay.
And I'm going to kind of like ram my glaive into the ground, and I'm going to draw my scimitar and my gauntlet buckler.
Okay. Oh, okay. Alrighty. You got it. And so go ahead, just press the draw on the right hand side. That'll be an action. You already have your move. And other than that, you're all ready. Zora, you are now conscious, or excuse me, you are now, yeah, you are still unconscious. You are stable. Give me a, I have to remember this. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to make a rules on the spot. Give me a fortitude save. You want DC 15 or above. 17.
21.
21. So you are going to be healed a little bit here. That'll get you up by at least, hold on. That'll get you up by at least 1.
Okay.
So you are conscious. You start snapping to. It doesn't look favorable for the party, but at least you do see 2 dead bodies alongside you. And mind you, you are still prone, so you will need to stand up.
Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm going to do all my moves. I have to mute myself because he's crying. Hold on.
Alvin, you're on deck, so you can describe your action if you want, and then we'll take care of that.
So at this point, I have managed to turn around and see Zora, and I am. Alvin is torn, and we can talk about it another day, but he can't. He sees that the guy is blinded. He sees that everyone is moving in for the kill, and he has no sense of glory. So he runs back to Zora, top speed, and he uses battle medicine on her, which is a skill that I have actually.
It is
because I have actually there's a whole part of my backstory which I don't know if people want to hear.
It's not now. This is not the time for it. 100% not. So what I want you to do,
I am going to ask to use the battle medicine to treat her wounds.
You got it. So that's going to be 10 minutes that you're now going to spend on Zora, trying to trying to assist however you can. It doesn't remove the wounded condition, but they might get a little bit of something after this, so it's a good thing for now.
It's left to DM discretion.
Yep, that's absolutely fine. So Alvin, that is going to be all of your stuff that you've done. The cultist is still in a blinded state, the blood still pouring in its eyes. You begin to hear something taking all 3 actions. No, actually, he doesn't even need to. He only takes 1. He just and touches wounds and touches his head as well and stifles that wound. He's going to restore 1d8 hit points of damage, having cast heal on himself. That is going to be 3 points of damage. And with that heal, any of the persistent stuff is now going to be gone. The flat-footed is now gone. And unfortunately for everyone else, he's now back in the game. Looking directly at Karl, he's now retributing. Let's see. Hold on. I want to make sure of something. That heal was just one. Yeah, it was just a somatic gesture. He touched himself. That is one action. He's now going to use harm directly on Karl. Range of 30 feet, verbal and somatic. He summons up and like launches out his hand. This is going to be a DC 20 fortitude save against you, my friend.
There it is. Fortitude. Roll it.
That's a 16 for a total of 23. Nice. Let me see here. There is, nothing. It's, hold on. Do you take, oh, that's right. It's a basic, so you will take half damage from that, which is going to be dip. It's 1d8. Hold on.
I could still die. This might be fun.
Well, yeah, let's find out what happens here. The roll is a 1. You're going to take half that damage for a total of 1 hit point. Karl, you can feel the lemon juice squeeze in and just a little pinch of salt, but the rest of it ends up going elsewhere. Fortunately for you, it was just, it wasn't all that well done. Frenell, you're up, and then Thessalia.
Sure. So Frenell's like Zora's like slowly getting up, like, okay, stabilize. Can tell that that when Thessalia over here is not happy, but it's like, oh, you're fine. You're still standing. Like, it's gonna take too long.
Barely. Yeah, Thessalia is bleeding. They're pooling blood at the feet.
Oh, so actively bleeding and actively losing.
Oh yes.
Oh. Okay. So if I like heal, does that like hold me up for 10 minutes as well?
No.
Like where? Oh, okay. It just takes 10 minutes.
Well, it depends. How are you healing?
So I have treat wounds.
You also have Goodberry.
Oh, does Goodberry heal?
Yeah.
I didn't realize it healed.
It heals for 1 HP.
That is incorrect. It heals for 1d6 plus 4.
What? Amazing.
Okay, sure. Let's do that.
There you go. So that's going to eat up 2 of your actions. Go ahead and click cast. It is a focus spell. So, yeah, and then you can give those to Thessalia.
Okay. So Goodberry.
That's that's in the druid's like emergency kit always.
I thought it was just food, so that was
okay. Yeah, it's more Gimbu Knight just mentioned. Yeah, it's more powerful than PF2E. 6 points. There you go. So Thessalia now with 7 hit points of damage. You find your Thank you. Yeah, you got it from here. You have 1 action left, Frenell.
Let me make sure. Check out range. Well, because Frenell was so merciful, she could do nothing else except for run forward a little bit.
Okay, and that is that. Thessalia, you're up, and Karl, you're on deck.
Thessalia comes like,
oh shit,
running.
So that is all 3 of your actions.
2. I'm in
fuck,
my
that's right.
Stance. I have a +5 to my move speed.
That's right. Okay, yeah.
So,
you got it right behind.
Frenell starts running up, and just this black and white blur comes flying past. Thank you kindly, Frenell. And I'm gonna flurry of blows this bastard.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see what you got. Oh god, I hope this fucking works. Oh, it's
rip its spine out.
That's a 7. You missed by 4, but the other one is a critical hit where you succeed by shit.
Give me that crit card, baby.
You got it. 1 crit card coming up.
Would they be flat-footed because you went behind them?
I already did that. Now,
typically,
typically, That will occur if the other person is directly adjacent. Karl is some distance away and typically does not apply. However, in this case, because of all the shit that you guys ended up putting down on this person, I modified it and said, yes, they are going to be flat-footed.
Gotcha. Okay.
The critical hit deck says you are using, this is bludgeoning?
Slashing.
Slashing damage. This is going to be double damage. And you managed to hit the very first time, spinning them around and shattered their jaw. Meaning, until they are healed, they are going to be wounded 1. They can't speak, which means all verbal spell components are out the fucking window. Eat, drink, or make attacks with its jaws.
Finally.
So, you managed to silence this thing. Wounded is, where the hell's the wounded condition? There it is. And there's the wounded 1.
Wait.
And yeah, you don't take that damage. And double damage done to it. Was the other one
so
also
it
a
should
hit?
be 10 total damage.
Yeah, oh no, here you go. And there you go. There's a quick little stagger. Like uncertain, like what the hell reality just means to it. You then got that? Okay. I don't think you can do anything else, can you?
Nope, that's it.
Karl, this being is directly in front of you. It is your turn. Stepping up.
All right, let's see what we can do. Cha and strike. Nah, not good. I'll try again.
You have that second attack.
We'll go for it.
Yeah. That's a 15. That's hold on. Let me just double check its AC. Its AC is still an 18.
Oh well, that's gonna be it for me, boys.
Alrighty, Aldred, you're up. Top of round. 8, Zora, you're on deck.
It'll take 2 actions to move up.
Okay,
so that's what I'm gonna do. And I'm getting right in it.
Whoops. Okay, there you go. Hopefully this is gonna be it, guys.
We'll see. I've had some bad rolls tonight.
Yeah, this tonight has not been on the favorite, man. We are running really fucking nat 20, nat 20, a total of 28. Do you want double damage or do you want the hit deck?
Let's do the hit deck.
You got it. And this is what kind of weapon are you using?
Scimitar this time.
It's a scimitar. So slashing.
Yes.
Hold on. You know what? This one absolutely sucks because it says shield cleave. You're gonna do damage to its shield. That's not gonna fucking work. So let's do another one. This one is gonna be throat slash. So
I like that.
The problem is that it is normal damage. Okay, but the crit effect is it's going to take 1d8 bleed. It can't talk, cast spells with a verbal component, or breathe while subject to this bleed damage. And what that means is, let me apply that. Because he can't bleed, that is going to be 1d8. Oh my god. Because it can't I have to double check his constitution mod. He has a +0.
Oh, I didn't roll my damage yet. Sorry.
Yeah, please do. That's going to be 4 points of damage, or a total of 7 points of damage. You can hear like coming out of its throat. There's like blood gushing. It's trying to do things. You can see that there's no effect. It cannot cast any kind of a healing spell. Zora, we now turn over to you.
Got that pirate wombo combo.
Am I still prone? I think I'm still prone.
You are not prone. Hold on, let me make sure that this is gone. We'll close that. You do have
blood too.
Yeah, and did you stand up?
No.
Okay.
Alvin started healing me, and I just
gotcha.
kept
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Alvin's still working at that, so it's going to take like 10 minutes or so. It's one action to stand.
Okay. I'm lower to the ground, so I'll just hold.
Okay, you got it. So you will remain in a prone There you go. You are prone. Your slowed it will have gone. Your wounded condition still remains. And you are still, well, I mean, you're technically flat-footed because you are still prone. This guy's now going to go.
No, it's Alvin's turn. I ended my turn.
Oh, Alvin, you're up. You're still, well, he's working on it for next.
Yeah, do you want me to make like a medicine roll or anything?
No, you need to do this at 10 minutes and then you're going to be at this until well after, after the game ends. What's up?
I'm just reading it. It doesn't say.
If you use battlefield medicine,
where it says 10 minutes.
Okay, so battle medicine, it's going to do. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on for 1 second. You patch up yourself or an adjacent ally, even in combat. Attempt a medicine check with the same DC as for treat wounds, and then restore a corresponding number of hit points. I misread. Treat wounds itself takes 10 minutes. I am so sorry. This is going to be one action.
Medicine is great.
Yeah, I am so fucking sorry. Having said that, then you would have done this last turn. So
probably
give me a medicine check.
Sure, that I can do.
And what is your training in medicine? Yeah, I was totally wrong.
It's +4.
So you're trained. Okay.
I am trained.
So let's get you that modifier. Oh, you're rolling. Awesome.
Right now, that one I can do.
It's a 10. Unfortunately, that's not going to work. The DC in this case is going to be a 15. Do you want to use your hero point to re-roll?
I already used my hero point, and part of the thing about battle medicine is whether it succeeds or fails, they are then temporarily immune to your battle medicine for 1 day.
Okay, then that is fair.
So I'm gonna promptly turn back around and be like, "Fuck this! You're gonna be okay," and run back towards the fight.
Totally cool.
I just did what I could.
Yeah, absolutely. With that, the battle medicine last turn would not have succeeded. So Zora, do you now want to stand?
Yeah.
Okay, now you got it. All right, so now you are up. You are no longer flat-footed. You are still wounded, but at least you have some hit points on you. What would you like to do for your turn?
I guess I will. How much is the range for throwing a dagger?
It's like in increments. So, in this case, I wouldn't worry about it. I would say that you probably have. I would say that you probably have it. Let's see. Well, I mean, it's gonna be a little bit of a distance, but you can always just give it.
No, I'm not. No, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna do my moves. So I'm gonna move up and 50 feet and then throw my dagger.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So 50 feet's like right here. And
there you go. Yeah. If this were
dagger.
Pathfinder 1, man, you'd have a -4 to this because of all the allies surrounding it. But thankfully, we don't do that anymore.
Why was my dagger? I had a dagger. Oh, because. Okay, well, I picked it up, and now I'll just wait, because...
You have a dagger? I'm looking at it on your sheet.
Yeah, when everything knocked me prone, all my stuff went...
I'm looking at the actions on your character sheet, and it is still there.
I just picked it up. I just made that move. It was not there.
Does that mean that you don't want to use... You don't wish to attack?
Okay, so no, I do. So just to clarify, when I was knocked prone, my short sword, my dagger, dropped. So I had to take an action to pick it up.
Oh, an interact action. Okay, that's absolutely fair. I wasn't even thinking about that. For sake of story, we can say that you are filled with fury and you had your dagger in your hand.
Oh, I'm filled with fury IRL too. Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Fucking throw it. I don't know if I was supposed to do.
Yeah, you missed by 1.
Cool. All right.
You have a hero point. Do you want to re-roll?
Yeah. I'll re-roll. What do I have to do?
I already took care of that. Just re-roll.
Thank you. And that's a nope. It's okay.
Unfortunately not. Zora is done. Alvin is done. The alchemist, or excuse me, this guy is going to.
Technically, Alvin went last turn, so Alvin still.
Yep. Go ahead, Alvin. Go ahead.
Alvin runs straight towards this spellcaster who's now bleeding out of his neck, and gets as close as he can So that would be like 50 feet?
Yep,
That'd
that's
be
50.
2 moves? Okay. And I do have a sling, but you know what? I take my last I have one more whatchamacallit? The thing that makes the stuff. The ingredients to make the bomb.
Okay, so you can use an alchemist fire?
Yeah, I'm gonna make an alchemist fire.
Okay.
But I don't have time to equip and throw it.
Right. Okay, and that is that. Thessalia, you're up. Or excuse me, Frenell. Frenell, you are up.
No. Yeah, so I run up closer. Frenell is super excited because she's like, ha, 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 we're gonna get him. Everybody's here. And so she just wants to really instill fear at this moment. And so she casts fear.
Okay. Wow. I mean, this kind of works. Let me see here. So they need to roll a DC 15 will save.
Yeah. Vines going everywhere, just like.
That is a natural 15 plus bonuses for a total of 25. That's a critical success.
Well, some people are just wrong.
Having cast that, what else are you doing?
She still has her javelin out, so now she chunks her javelin like right into his gut.
All right, let's see it.
Oh
God, please. It's getting dude. It's 1:37 a.m. We got to end this now.
I'm trying to like find. Oh gosh. Inventory. Is that it?
It's your actions.
Oh, regular actions. Okay, so javelin. Oh, I
So first you draw it. Well, it was already drawn. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Now
strike.
your strike. Yep. That's going to be a nat 20 for a total of 24. Do you want to do double damage or do you want to do the card?
Christ.
What do y'all say? What do y'all say?
Double damage.
Just
Double damage.
Him.
Nail him.
Double damage.
Fucking end this thing. Here you go. Oh, actually, hold on. That was me who rolled it. You get to roll. You get to roll.
For damage.
You get to roll.
Oh, I actually roll for critical, don't I? Or
You just roll the damage and then I apply the crit.
okay.
6 for a total of 12 points of damage. Let's find out.
Yeah.
Finally.
And Frenell just does this.
Finally.
Vine's still going. She's just having her own little moment.
Holy
Good theories
shit.
for everybody.
So, just to get through
Oh my
this,
God.
just to get through the last section of this, okay? Holy crap, you guys have done absolutely amazing. Having said that, an oblong object now still resides on that odd-looking object in the middle. The beam is still like revolving around as if it were completely untouched. What do you guys want to do?
Was Frenell affected once she had the hood on? Was she affected by the light?
No.
No. But everybody else is still affected.
Everyone still has stuff going on that they are unaware
Yeah.
of just due to the nature of battle. It's only been like 40 seconds, so yeah.
Where does the black goo point?
Directly at it.
At the dead guy in front of me? Or
No, at the oblong object in the middle of that dais on the screen.
God, it would be
I think-
bad if we touched it.
So, real quick, you told me earlier that whenever I came back to, I knew what it was doing. Right?
Oh yeah.
Like I had an idea. Like, so I'm gonna run up and just cover it with something so that light's not shining around.
Okay.
Take the robe.
Yes.
the robe.
Yeah, I'm gonna
the robe that Frenell took earlier.
I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna run up and cover it.
Okay, go ahead. Run up. You step up onto the dais, and now you can already feel as some kind of a preternatural call from beyond. Nonetheless, make your move.
I'm just moving up to cover it.
You do. This whole thing is, it is difficult terrain. When you do end up covering, you end up covering it. The light then gets squinched out, and you can feel it kind of topple over in your hands.
Back at everyone, what do I do?
keep it wrapped up in blankets.
I'd plan on that.
It is now part of our cargo. We take the cart, we get the hell out of here, we bring it in for observation.
I agree.
And we also loot the bodies and make sure that we collect as much of that black shit as possible.
I'm sure that some of you are also going to be healed up, but we're going to attend to that out of respect for our own safety and health. We're going to go the fuck to bed. You guys did extremely well. We're going to pick this up next week, where we're going to assume that the bodies have been looted and everything else. Normally we would have an after party, but we are already 90 minutes, well over 90 minutes over. Guys, thank you so much for those of you who have been hanging out with us. We've had like 23 or so viewers all this time. I really, really appreciate. And you, the players, you guys are absolutely fucking amazing. Let's call this night a huge W. Congratulations. Toughest combat first level that I've ever fucking run. You guys nailed it. Good job, guys. We will see you next week for Seekers of the Fall. Have a good night, everyone.
Thanks, y'all. Bye.